very sure that
A staple I do in all interviews in order to start things off is to ask if you elaborate a bit about your work and this particular role for those not familiar with it.
I voice female V in Cyberpunk 2077. I love getting to play this character from the demo in 2018. A lot of content, a lot of dialogue choices, a lot of options. So it's been really such a gift to get to work on this project and to get to work with CDPR and the incredible cast. So it's been fantastic. But I've been acting since I was 6 years old, doing film work, TV, animation, anime, obviously video games and commercials and anything in between. I've gotten to direct some projects, I've gotten to produce some projects, write some projects, so I've definitely experienced a wide variety of this industry.
As mentioned, you provide the voice for female V. Could you tell us a bit about the character and the situation she finds herself in, whether that's from the base game or if you want to dive into Phantom Liberty?
Obviously, it's going to shift based on people's initial choices of which path that you want to take, but the stakes are very, very high no matter which path you take for this game. One of the things that I really loved about working on this project, I love when characters are, especially for video games, in a very realistic, relatable setting, although hopefully most of us don't live in a place like Night City. The one thing that is super relatable is the emotion and the connections with the people in the game. So there are, I hate to spoil it because I know some people are just jumping in for the first time, even though the base game came out years ago. But there is a really intense relationship that V has that is kind of put through some emotional turmoil pretty early in the base game, and that kind of shifts and based on your relationship and which path you take, but it kind of sets the bar for V and the stakes and what happens to V as you play this game. The stakes are definitely life and death from the very beginning, which is always fun to get to play because, you know, emotions are high, everything's very intense. And it's a beautiful game to get to immerse yourself in. I remember when they first showed me the demo, I was so enamored by how realistic everything looked and how honest everything was and how grounded they wanted everything to be. And it was really cool to get to be a part of.
It's been some time since the release of the initial game, as we've mentioned. What was it like reprising your role for the recently released Phantom Liberty?
So fun to get to go back, but anytime I've gotten to reprise a character that I played for a video game or for an animated series that I worked on 10 years ago, whatever the case may be, there's a lot of pressure getting to come back, especially for a project that is as beloved and known as this one, especially when you're surrounded by such incredible heavy hitters of talent that you get to work with. The last thing you want to do is let anybody down. So as excited as I was to get to go back, I really just wanted to make sure to do the content justice and to be able to go back and voice V again. Even though years had elapsed, you just want to make sure that nothing is getting lost and nothing is getting forgotten, and you are right back to where you were a couple of years ago when you were recording the base game.
If it helps, I've run through the DLC and you were spot on again.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate that. Thank you.
When preparing to voice V, were you given any initial direction in regards to the character, just in terms of an example of prep work to get into the mindset of this particular performance?
Oh, I think initially the audition that I was given said so much about the character. I got 2 audition scenes and I remember them very vividly. One audition scene was with Vic, and that was really just having that scene and getting to see the relationship with V and Vic told me so much about who this character was, and I really connected with that, and remember leading the audition going, man, I love this character and I feel like I can relate to this character. There's so much heart in V, and that's something that I really gravitated towards, especially in a world that feels so desolate and aggressive and harsh. To know that somebody has something that they will always fight for, and I think V is always fighting for something. So aggressively and passionately, and looking out for the people that V cares about. That was very helpful to know. But when you audition for something, you know that there are going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of actors that are auditioning for the same role. So you just hope that your swing is what they're looking for. And so when they called me to work on the demo in 2018. It kind of told me about the world and how things had shifted and what the stakes were for, I think that the initial demo was going in on a mission with Jackie and kind of presenting that. And then as things changed, obviously direction would change based on this path or what would be changing, what would we be seeing before this. And I was so very fortunate to work with the creative and narrative team at CDPR, who were very helpful in giving any sort of information, because there are so many side quests and so many quests. And then I have a fantastic director in Pierce O'Toole, who is so meticulous and so organized, and he makes sure to give you exactly where you were coming from before, even if we recorded that 6 months prior to what we're working on now, just to make sure that we're in the right emotional space. He knows exactly what performance he's going to be getting from the other actors, even though we're recording separately. So much of being a voice actor and working in video games is trusting the narrative team, who is seeing what the art looks like, trusting the quests that are being written, all the elements that you are unaware of and you can't see, and trusting the people like leading you through this kind of blind box, and then just jumping and diving right into that and letting all of the unknowns kind of fall away, and just trusting what is right in front of you, the dialogue, the story, the characters, and being fully immersed in that.
When performing the role, were there any particular lines or moments that really stuck out to you, whether that's a behind-the-scenes moment or something from the dialogue?
So many. I mean, we started working, I think in April or May of 2018, came back again and did the second demo in, I think, April of 2019. And then I worked on the base game probably from April, actually probably more of like May or June of 2019, all the way through probably February of 2020, pretty consistently. So there were a lot of amazing lines that I loved. One of my favorite lines is he says, "I just want the world to know that I was here and that I mattered." And I think that that's something that's so relatable for all of us. I mean, we all want to make an impact, if it's our career, if it's our relationships, if it's the people that we're around. We just want people to, that there was evidence that we were here, that our lives mattered, that it made a difference. And what's been so cool about getting to work on this game and seeing people take ownership of V, from the character creation through the choices that they make. And I love getting to watch the streams and watch other people play, getting to see how all of these people have made V matter and what those choices look like for them. Like what makes life worth living with all of these different people. And I feel like it's a really cool way to connect us all, especially during the pandemic when we felt so isolated. I was just watching streams of people playing Cyberpunk going, this is actually so surreal. Like, this is my voice or Gavin's voice, depending on which stream I was watching, and just seeing like, wow, we're all bonded by these choices that we're making, and oh my gosh, I would have made that choice. Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't have made that choice, but that's so valid, and that's such a cool outcome. So that's a line that's always stuck with me, and has also affected how I've responded to other people playing the game and connecting with the character, which has been really lovely. And then a lot of the fun slang that you get just in Cyberpunk, we would be recording it and, like, you know, checking, like, is this right? Does this make sense? Are we saying it in the right inflection? So that was really, really a fun process to get to work on. And then during Phantom Liberty, man, so hard to pick moments that were my absolute favorite. Gosh, it's so hard because there's a couple that stand out based on different endings. So I would be interested to see the endings that people pick and what lines stick out to them, because those are some of my favorite ones.
Yeah, it gets pretty varied at the end of Pants of Liberty, to say the least. It really goes off, and yeah, that was wild.
So fun. Absolutely. Yeah, they don't. That's the thing about CDPR. They do not like play it safe or go like, yeah, we want to make sure that everybody gets a nice little tied up. No, it can go any and all ways. There are the child-proof locks are off. You guys are in for a ride.
It was pretty profound for me when I finished. I was like, wow, I got to think about that for a bit.
Absolutely. No, that was, that was pretty much if I could say that encompassed my whole experience recording the game. There were days that I would leave from day one recording the demo. I would leave and be driving home or driving to my next session, and I would just be lost in thought of, what does this world mean? If this was the life that I was living, what choices would I make? What would be important to me? So it absolutely makes you think, and I love games like that, but getting to live that as I was recording, and then getting to live it again, playing the game and watching other people play the game, it's so special. But yeah, that's one of my favorite things about this team and how they write is they're not going to let anybody off easy. They want you to really sit with it, to feel everything, think through these characters, really sit with your choices, and then you can always go back and change, unlike in real life. But it does make a difference, and there are consequences, or there are repercussions, or great things that can happen from the choices you make. But I think this game does a really great job of letting you kind of live with that and see what happens.
I think we kind of went over my next question a little bit, but let's bridge off of this. We can make this work.
Sure.
This one is a slightly different question. Since you're more embodying a player-created character in this situation, what's it like to see your voice attached to a character in a game? More so in Cyberpunk, but perhaps draw from your other performances as well.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. It's also really cool. When the game had first come out, I was telling people, send me pictures of the V that you have created, and just that was so interesting to see the choices that people had made or what they wanted the character to look like. Because I don't really, while I'm recording it, I don't really give it that much thought, mm-hmm. I guess. Just because I know that the look of the character is going to shift so much. I'm obviously aware of, any sort of physical issues that V might be going through. Obviously, with the relic, there are some physical, impediments that you might be dealing with at different points in time. So physically, that's going to impact things. But as far as the look of the character, that's not something that I usually consider. But yeah, when I've worked on other projects, sure. If they'll say the character is very, very tall and very statuesque and will always be that way, or is going to be wearing this long, form-fitted gown, that's going to shift the way that you fight in a battle if you're wearing a corset versus if you're, wearing leather pants and have a really great jacket that's very conducive for that sort of fighting. So that sort of stuff will kind of shift the way that I play the character just by keeping that in mind. But for Cyberpunk specifically, that wasn't really something that I considered. Most of it felt more like doing a film job or doing some sort of, cinematic performance, just because it was so grounded and so real, and you just want to make it seem as natural as possible. And that's the interesting thing about voiceover in general. I've done some motion capture stuff, which obviously that is going to be far more involved as far as what's happening with your body. When I worked on Horizon Zero Dawn, I had broken my my ankle right as I had booked that job. And I was like, oh my gosh, I hope that my ankle healed in time so I could do this job. The most ironic thing ever was the character that I got cast as was not the character who was dealing with a broken leg.
No.
The other actress who was totally fine, she was dealing with a broken leg. And I showed up to set to do the job having just like barely healed enough to do all of that. So it was watching her like struggle with her foot and her ankle, and me trying to be like, okay, don't let them, to being like, my physicality could have impacted what was actually being seen on screen or in the game. But that's one of the best parts about being an actor is, you know, you do on-camera work, and there are things that you have to be aware of, hitting the mark, wearing the wardrobe, all of that kind of stuff. You do voiceover work, where you still have to stay on your mark because the mic can't move, but you have a little bit more freedom in like what you want to wear and things that you want to try. You do bigger facial expressions because usually nobody's seeing it unless it's a facially captured performance. And then you run into motion capture where you have no set, you have this crazy outfit with all these Velcro balls, and yet all of these you want to try to strike the most grounded, honest performance that people can get immersed and lost in. And that's your job of finding, with all of these different parameters, how to produce the same relatable, honest content, which is really fun to get to do. It's like stretching all these different muscles or putting on different styles of shoes to do dance, like ballet versus tap versus jazz. It's just a fun way to try to get to perform and to tell stories.
While Cyberpunk 2077 appears to be wrapped up at the current moment, is V a character you'd be interested in revisiting should some sort of sequel come up down the road?
Absolutely. My cat even says yes.
Your cat.
My cat knows how much I love this character. Any time that I would get to come back and get to voice V again or to work with CDPR, I would be elated. This is such an important character for me. I spent so much time in such a condensed amount of time with her. I don't know if I've ever played a character that's had this many lines, or maybe it just feels that way because some of the characters that I've played have been spanned over 10 years, and then this one was a lot of lines in a condensed amount of time. But no, I love her so much. There's my cat! There's Aries!
Tell us a bit about your cat.
I have two cats. I have two black cats, Aries and Zemi. Aries is clearly the one who is not camera shy.
Yeah.
Anytime I have self-tapes or often auditions, he sits right outside the booth so he can see me and make sure I'm okay while I'm recording. And for when we'll do self-tapes at home for on-camera stuff, he's had multiple experiences where he'll meow or he will walk right in front of the camera. There's been a couple times he's jumped into the frame. Zemi, not so much, but Zemi is better at parties with people nearby. Aries can't do that. He'll hide behind a booth.
So virtual people.
Yes, virtual people he's fine with. He's fine with the idea of getting to say hi to people as long as everybody is at a virtual distance.
I'm sure people will love that.
Just like the cat in the game.
Yeah. Oh, man. What are your thoughts on the genre of cyberpunk in general?
Oh, I love it. I've become even more of a fan after working on this project, of course, but I think what's been so cool about this, I guess, resurgence, because it's been around for forever,
long time,
obviously,
yes.
and people have been involved and like love doing this and creating campaigns and doing all that stuff, which is always fun to get to see. But what's been so cool is getting to see like the anime that came from that brought people into the cyberpunk world. So people that weren't really aware or were like, I don't know if the game speaks to me, but the anime speaks to me, or getting to read the audiobooks or things like that. And I think it's so cool because now this great resurgence of cyberpunk world, people are jumping in whatever genre speaks to them, and then they branch out and go, oh, maybe I'll try this, oh, maybe I'll try this. And it's just been kind of a really fun way to connect everybody to figure out which path everybody took to find their way into the cyberpunk world.
moving a little bit away from Cyberpunk, what are some other voiceovers or characters that people may know you from?
A lot of people know me from my work as Asuna in Sword Art Online, which is an anime that I can't believe we worked on for like 11 years. Also, Lucy in Fairy Tail, Makoto in Persona 5, Patty in Soul Eater. I also voiced Trix in Miraculous Ladybug. I voiced Sailor Venus in Sailor Moon and Sailor Moon Crystal. I worked for Radio Disney for 20 years. That was the voice of the station. And I also got to write for them as well, which was really a fun thing to get to be a part of. I've gotten to work on a lot of things. Oh, Sarada in Boruto and Naruto Next Generation, which has been really fun to get to play. I, again, never thought I would get to jump into the Naruto-Boruto universe. And then I work on Fire Emblem. I play Rhea in Fire Emblem. I play Aurelia in League of Legends. So just a variety of things. Usually they're really good with weapons. I am not good with weapons, so that's usually the one thing that we don't have in common.
Cat's just watching us. There was
peeking out, Gary?
Poked out to give us a little bit of a view.
Perfect.
There was one character you didn't quite mention, which I noticed on your listing there. To build on that, I understand you were the quartermaster in Call of Duty World War II.
Yeah, absolutely.
We still stream that about once a month on the channel. We call her the Q Quartermaster. To humor us briefly, would you tell us a bit about that role in the character, just since I don't think it'll come up again?
Yeah, totally. No, I loved getting to do that. That was the very first time that my likeness got scanned into a game.
Oh, so that is you.
That is yeah, which is pretty crazy. My cousin, when the game came out, they had scanned my likeness and put me in the game, and he was playing it, and he told, I think he was like, oh man, 12 or 13 at the time, and my aunt was like, no, that's Jeremy. And he's like, no, it's not. Her hair's in a ponytail, and Jeremy never wears her hair in a ponytail. So when we were doing the scans for the game, we did one scan with like no makeup, hair in a ponytail, one scan with it like a nice like 1940s like dolled up look, and then we did like something in between. So of course, like what they wanted to go with, they're like, well, I feel like as the quartermaster, she doesn't have time to fix her hair and put on a lot of makeup. So we went just basic, all natural, no makeup. Which my cousin was like, that's not my cousin at all, but it is. No, that was really, really cool to get to be a part of. I loved getting to kind of jump into the 1940s, getting to do that kind of fun accent, and of course getting to be in Call of Duty, which was really, really special. I got to do that right after doing Horizon Zero Dawn, so that was two projects that I remember. I had gone to the callback for Horizon Zero Dawn on crutches, and thought that I had just sprained my ankle. Obviously, we know that I broke it, and I booked that job, and it had to heal really quick. After I had found out I booked the job and broke my ankle, I got called in to do the audition for this one, and I was like, please, disregard the giant cast on my leg and the crutches. I will heal. And they said, well, it's okay. We're only going to need to use, like, your likeness from, like, waist up. So I got to do the job with a broken ankle. Both of those were at the exact same time, which was pretty surreal. You would think, like, when you're injured, you're done, especially for motion capture when they're capturing your likeness. But I was so lucky they were able to make it work.
Well, you lucked out there. You got some pretty big roles back to back.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Going back to Cyberpunk, I wanted to chat more about the dialogue of the game. There's some very interesting in-universe phrases. What's it like to say some of the more out-there phrases, and do you have any unique favorite words from the game?
Choom is always fun.
Choom, yeah.
You know, once you get used to saying choom, then everybody's a choom. That's always great. There was a line, I think B says it to Takamura, or Takamura says it to B, I can't remember. But somebody says in the base game, you're a smart little muffin. And we thought that was great. We laughed about that for a while. We're like, well, we don't have cookies anymore. Like, everybody's a smart little muffin now. So we really liked that one. But yeah, that's some of the fun of just being an actor in general. It's like sometimes you get like um, the craziest, most out there lines that are actually so grounded in the universe. And so you get to escape this world, jump into that one, say these things, and go, if I ever said this anywhere, nobody would know what I was talking about, or everybody would ask a bunch of questions. But here, it's just totally normal. Um, yeah, I mean, when I got to work on the Cyberpunk audiobook recently, for no coincidences, that was very, very fun. And I was used to all of the slang and all of the words because I had played the game. It just felt like coming home and jumping into this world. But the producer who was working with me and, like, reading everything, he's like, should we check the pronunciation of this word? I was like, oh, no, this is very common. This is not a weird word. This is a very common word. He was like, okay. I was like, just trust me on this. This is very cyberpunk. And then once he got to the end of the book, he was like, yeah, it was very common. I feel like I know this world now. I was like, you do. Now you got to jump into the game. So yeah, it's always it's a lot of fun. You just learn a new vocabulary, and now you feel like you speak a different language.
It really has its own distinct flair to it.
Yeah.
With that, Cyberpunk 2077 can be a rather dark and grim world. What was it like balancing more casual, lines versus your wild, exciting lines versus some of the more somber points in the narrative?
That's some of the most fun, I think, as an actor, is keeping it all in perspective. Because yeah, when we're living our lives, even the most bleak, desolate times in our lives, where we're the most depressed, where everything feels like it's going wrong, we're still trying to find moments of humor. We're still trying to find moments of levity, because that gets us through. So what I love about this game is, while everything is so serious and the stakes are life and death, we're not going to shy away from cracking jokes. We're not going to. I mean, V definitely has a gallows sense of humor. I have a darker sense of humor. Anytime I have the option to infuse a slight bit of a joke to a little bit of a line, giving somebody the option if they want to go there with the humor, I'm all about it. Just because I know, especially when things are so bleak, and when I'm playing a game, or when I'm watching a movie, or when I'm living a time in my life where everything is really challenging, if everybody is just so somber and serene and like, I'm so sorry you're dealing with this, it makes it feel so much heavier and so much harder to get out of it. And if you're playing this game and this is your escape from the frustrating time in your life, the last thing you want to do is jump into a game in a world where everybody's like, oh, this is so somber and so bleak. You want like a little bit of levity, and as you're getting through the story. So I think it's important to get to have that option, and that's what's great about this game, is like there's always a more serious option that you can say, no, I'm going to stick with this very dark path. I want to go and embrace it, which I also admire that, and I also take that path multiple times. So I really love working on that and playing those characters. I also really enjoyed getting to do like the most absurd things, like the scenes with Brendan, the vending machine, or getting to go and talk to people as they're just having these most random conversations or advertising the most absurd products. All that stuff is really, really fun, and I think it helps balance, because this is such a heavy game, and it needs to be such a heavy game. I love when I get to talk to players, and they'll say the message of this game or the impact this game has on me. It's changed my life. It's made me rethink things about myself and what I really want in my life, and make these huge life-altering changes, which is amazing. And that's incredible to be a part of a game that does that for people, and has also done that for me. And I don't want to lose sight of that, but I also want to make sure that people are having fun. And I think it's a really important balance to be able to strike both of that, and I think this game does it really, really well.
I'm not necessarily sure this is a thing, but being V, your character is often up against Johnny Silverhand, aka Keanu Reeves. Did you ever imagine him being there while delivering the lines, or I guess in general, did you think of the connection between the two characters while you're doing your chats?
Yeah, it's impossible not to. I never have gotten to meet him, I got to see him once ride off, riding off into the sunset, which is like a very, that's got to be like the way that you have to encounter Keanu for the first time in real life. But usually he had recorded before me, or I at least had moments where I would get to hear his voice. And so I would get to know how he would respond to the dialogue. And so it's such a gift to have his performance to play off of and have this banter between the two of them, because that's some of the stuff that's the most fun to get to do. And yeah, it's impossible not to imagine someone being there having a conversation with them, especially when you're lucky enough, if you're lucky enough to have that actor recorded before you, that you can hear them and hear what their performance was. Some of my favorite stuff to work on in the base game was one of the endings where, without spoiling anything, if somebody hasn't chosen that ending yet, V and Johnny Silverhand are more aligned than they have ever been in the game, and it was so cool to get to play opposite not only Keanu but Gavin, who voices male V, because Gavin's timing and my timing have to be very, very close, but CDPR really wanted to make sure that we didn't feel like we were being forced to do a copycat performance of each other. They were like, we hired both of you, we want you to do your versions of this character, we just have the parameters of timing. So we would have to do things a couple different ways, but they didn't want us to listen to each other and just like copy paste. So for that one ending, it was really, really cool to have to figure out, how do I sync up with both of these performances while making it my own, and we all three have our unique identities and our own way of playing these characters, but in this moment everybody has to be aligned. And it was such a fun challenge, and it was some of my favorite stuff to record ever, just because like everybody would go, this is so frustrating, I'm so sorry, this is so hard. I'm like, no, I love it, it's so cool, it seems like an impossible challenge, but we'll find a way, we'll make it through. And that was really cool to get to be a part of, and to get to listen to their performance and go, oh, I love the way they did that, that's not how I would do it, so how do I integrate what I would do without losing their performance? That was very, very special, because it gave me an even greater appreciation for both of them. They're such incredible actors. So it gave me an even greater appreciation for their work, and also an even greater understanding for how they have chosen to play these characters.
Great. You've been absolutely excellent. For my last question, I'd like to leave the spot for you to go over anything that I might have missed during the interview, or anything you'd like to say.
Wow, I don't think so. I'm just so, yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much to all of the players, and for this amazing fan base of Cyberpunk who has embraced this game and loved this game. And I so appreciate any time I get to see you or see comments and get to talk to you at events. It really means the world to get to hear how you interact with this game, and how much you enjoy it. I'm really loving seeing how everybody is enjoying the DLC. And if you're just jumping in for the first time, enjoy your time in Night City, and I hope to get to see you soon. Jumping in for the first time, loving seeing how everybody is enjoying the DLC. And if you're just jumping in for the first time, enjoy your time in Night City, and I hope to get to see you soon. That at some point they were going to say, thank you so much for your service. V will now be played by this A-list celebrity, and so
well, it never sunk in.
Me. No, I think it sunk in.
Well, look who we have back on the
a job to do. In the shadows. They sent us in to find them.
Look at this exact scene. Target is in the main house. You have executed authority.
Bravo 6. Going dark.
If he lives and we die, his truth becomes written and ours is lost.
Your cities will surrender. Broken and weak, we will not fail.
They were hostages.
You take the gloves off, you get blood on your hands, Carl. That's how it works. We get dirty, and the world stays clean. That's the mission.
How quickly they forget that all it takes to change the course of history is the will of a single man.
It's not over yet. Trust me.
CIA's analysts consider him to be the single largest threat to the world.
Did you get the plane I ordered?
That's a hell of a request, but give me enough time and I can have one parked outside.
Are you being cheeky then? Being cheeky, are we, Ben?
Like right now, I'll start talking like Adler. Where is Perseus? Perseus. I'll start.
Cheeky then?
Request, but give me enough time and I can have one parked outside.
Are you being cheeky then? Being cheeky, are we, Ben?
Like right now, I'll start talking like Adler. Where is Perseus? Perseus.
Where is Perseus? This is Agent 47. Subscribe to Dan Allen Gaming. He's a great guy.
I have mad respect for you. You've earned my respect.
Dan Allen. You and I. Going dark. Now.
I just want to say a big thank you to you and your community.
Thank you so much for having me. Honestly, this is so fun, and I love talking about this.
Hey, Danny, again, I think you're special. You're special. You're goddamn good at this.
I'll have to do it again. Thanks so much, man.
Anytime. Pleasure. Take care.
Take care.
Appreciate you,
appreciate you too.
interest involved, and thanks for all the work you're doing in the space and keeping people involved in the game, and I think it's just beautiful.
How are we all today? Going well? We have Jeremy Lee on in just a moment's time. She was the female V. Gamer girl, how you doing? Nice to see you as always. Who cares? That's a name that I haven't seen. How you doing? Who else have we got here? You like the intro, Shaquille O'Neal? Can't believe it. Look, it's a pleasure to have Shaquille O'Neal here. It's a real thrill for me to have him here. Just bear with me one moment here, guys. There we go. Over here. I'm doing good, Gaming Pro. How are you? The Karush Slingo. DZM. Sims Unlimited. Wow. Far out. How are there going to be spoilers? I try to keep it spoiler free. So what do you guys think? I think we have to delve into some spoilers maybe down the line. I'll give you a warning. Ooh. I'll give you a warning. Titanus Godzilla. Are you looking forward to the Godzilla vs. Kong movie? Looks like a bit of fun to me. Will we see Keanu Reeves on the channel one day? You never know. Hey guys, we've got some exciting more guests after this, don't you worry, so just hold your horses. You are going to love it. I think there's a very requested villain that may be coming on the show very, very shortly from Call of Judy. Panam or Judy? Yeah, I was thinking, should we get Panam on? I think we should. What did I think of Cyberpunk, man? I actually liked it. Yeah, there's one too many glitches, 100%. But I still actually quite enjoyed it, man, to be fair. What about you? Yeah, warning will be good, no worries, man. How you doing today? I'm good, brother. Team Godzilla, are you Zilla or are you Kong? I think, I don't know. You have to go Kong, man. Godzilla got me in the second movie from memory. Felt really bad. Cyberpunk needs more time, would have been better. Yeah, of course. It was just a time thing. Yeah, I keep getting people asking, can you interview Bell? Look, unfortunately, his schedule's quite busy. You think it's going to be like Batman vs Superman? No one's going to win. Oh, really? You reckon? You're probably right, actually. Team Kong, even though I feel Zilla will win. You know, Zilla should win, let's be honest. I'm just loving your channel, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, brother. How you liking the old Aussie Captain Price? Has anyone seen that video? Or those videos? I had the idea of getting him on to stream some Warzone. Oh, I think that'd be a blast. No one knows who it is, Captain Price. Is it me? Is it someone else? It's yet to be determined. The actor for Stitch. What actor are you referring to? Exactly. Alright guys, Jeremy Lee is here. Are you ready? A 1 in the chat if you want me to get this going. A 1 in the chat. Alright, let's do it. Jeremy, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
Perfect. Let me see if I can.
We are currently live, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, amazing. Hello.
Everyone's very excited to see you.
I'm so excited to see you guys.
How you been?
Very good. How is life where you guys are?
Well, I'm actually down under in Australia.
I have missed Australia so much. This is the first year, and I guess the last 3 years that I have not been to Australia.
Oh, you have been. There she is. Hey. Thank you for
I'm
coming
trying
on.
to find my fun cyberpunk background so we can match. But it's on the
This
other
isn't a
device.
background. I'm actually at Night City.
I mean, of course you are. Mine is a background. But yes, this is the first time, I guess, in the last 3 years where I haven't gotten to take a trip to Australia. And it's come up a couple times in 2020, and then I'm really feeling it in 2021. I miss Australia so much. It's like my home away from home.
So you do love it here?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that's great to hear. Did you come to Melbourne, Sydney?
I've been to Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide.
So you did all the
Brisbane,
rounds on all the cons.
and Perth. Yes. So I haven't been to the Gold Coast at all.
Yeah.
So maybe one day.
Were you scheduled to come last year?
No, I don't know if I was scheduled to go in 2020. I went twice in 2019. So I was telling people, I was like, I won the jackpot. I got to go in March and then again in September. So I think everyone was like, no, share me in Australia for 2020. And then I'm like, oh, it's been too long since I've been in Australia. I miss it.
Did you ever try Tim Tam?
Oh, yes. And the Tim
Yeah?
Tam Slam, obviously. I'm a big Tim Tam fan. I also, the last time you take a spoonful of it and just eat it. And I said,
God.
yeah, guys, I know this is going to taste bad. I know you're just supposed to do like a light, very, very light on toast. But I did it for the video that they needed.
Well, that's
and then,
commitment.
And then
That
they
is
sent
not
me,
fun.
I can't remember what it's called. It's like powdered chocolate, and you pour milk in it. But it comes in like a can. I took a spoonful of that as well as like a chaser. So
Milo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had a spoonful of Milo to chase the spoonful of Vegemite, and it actually was a very interesting consistency.
But when you, besides the gimmick items, like when you're actually just eating out, was it nice?
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember what it was called. I know it's just like a chain for you guys, but you get bottle caps and you can donate you pick which cause you want to put your bottle cap into these giant jars for. But I think it's a burger joint. They have avocado fries there that are amazing, and everyone's like, Shermie, that's not the best restaurant that we have. I'm like, I know, you have amazing restaurants. I eat at those too, but I love that burger place.
So we are going to get into your questions, guys, in the chat.
Gotcha.
But I've personally got a few to get away first. Talk to me about Cyberpunk. How did it come about? How did you land the role? Talk us through the whole process.
It's still very surreal. I mean, so when we get auditions, more often than not, and it's definitely becoming more of a trend, we know nothing about it. When I went into audition, they said, we have a project called Cheetah we'd like you to read for. I said, okay. I got a very brief description. I mean, I'm shocked that they said the character's name is V. And I thought, so V is just a code name for this character.
What year was this, by the way?
This was in 2018.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So
wow.
I auditioned, just a regular audition. I remember I went into the studio, and usually they have us just record from home or record from our agencies, but the fact that I got to go into the studio to record, or to audition, I thought, so this might be a big project. And I loved the 2 audition scenes I got to do. I was kind of obsessed and went home and was trying to research and do all my detective work and figure out what I might have auditioned for. And I kept getting brought back to the initial Cyberpunk trailer that was released. And I thought, there's no way that I auditioned for this. There's absolutely no way. And then they called, which I was shocked about, and asked me to come work on the demo in 2018. And I thought, well, I'll probably get to do the demo, and then an A-list celebrity movie star will get called in to do the rest of.
Yeah.
And it was a year went by, and I hadn't heard anything, and I was like, well, okay. It was fun while it lasted. And then they called again in 2019 and said, we have another demo we'd like you to do. And so I went in to do the second demo, and Boris was there, who handles the the script and the direction for us, and kind of our liaison with the team in Poland and wherever the voice actors are recording, because voice actors were recording in multiple countries.
Were you in LA or Poland? Or?
I was in LA.
You were in LA, yeah.
It would be so cool to get to go to Poland once, like get to tour.
So you've never been, still?
No, never been.
Wow, it's funny how things work.
Yeah, but after I did the second demo, we finished the recording process, and Boris said, "Well, I guess we'll see you in a couple weeks to start the main game." And the entire time we were recording, for all of 2019 into 2020, I was very sure that at some point they were going to say, "Thank you so much for your service. V will now be played by this A-list celebrity," and so
well, it never
was
sunk
still
in.
me. No, I think it sunk in. I think it sunk in when we did a couple sessions in quarantine during the pandemic, and I was like, okay, if they're going to all this trouble to keep recording with me, I think I'm the voice. Like, otherwise they wouldn't be continuing this charade anymore. So that was kind of when it started to sink in.
When did you know that that Keanu Reeves was going to be in the game?
So I found out coming back from a convention, sitting on an airplane, and my husband.
Before the big reveal at E3?
No, after the big reveal.
Really?
I found out from
what?
Twitter. So
oh my God.
My husband texted me. He did not know that I had been working on Cyberpunk either. And he texted me and he said, because I'm a big Keanu Reeves fan, and he said, Keanu Reeves is going to be in a video game. And I was like, what? So I go on Twitter, and of course, Twitter exploded. I'm seeing all the things, and I thought, he's going to be in Cyberpunk. And as soon as I got very excited that he was going to be in Cyberpunk, my stomach kind of flipped, and I was like, oh, I'm definitely getting replaced now. And
you still didn't believe it?
No. But I found out from everybody's responses on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah.
This is what I hear about all voice actors. They're left in the dark like us, just
well, I feel
like the fans.
We can't be trusted with information. Because we're excited ourselves. And when we are so fortunate to get to go to conventions or talk to other actors, we get so excited that someone will say, hey, have you seen such and such trailer? We're like, yeah, oh my gosh, that reminds me of this other project that wasn't supposed to tell you guys that. Sorry. So we're the last to know. I mean, I'll find out that a show that I'm working on is getting a second season, or I'm going to be in a DLC of a game, only because they need me to go in and record. They're not going to tell me ahead of time, because I think they want to minimize the amount of times that I could leak or spoil something.
So when did you go public and told everyone that you were going to be in this game? Before release date, right?
So that was a big topic of conversation at the studio, because I was going to conventions and they had announced that I was in the 2018 demo, and so I think at one point in the conversation they said she can talk about being in the demo, but I remember there were people from the development team that had shared my name, and I was terrified because I had signed an NDA, and so I went to the studio and I said, I did not leak any of this, and then it was up on IMDb, and I was like, I didn't do anything, and they said, no, you're not in trouble, but you never know, because I've heard horror stories of somehow people on the internet are very savvy, and they figure things out, and then they publish things on IMDb, or they write articles, and actors have gotten fired or replaced because they assume, the development team assumes that they broke NDA. So I was terrified. So I didn't announce that I was in the game or confirm that I was in the game until, I think, a week before. And I had been telling everybody, I think a lot of people were frustrated. They wanted to do interviews. They wanted to talk about things. They wanted me to sign things for giveaways. And I was like, it can't come out before the game is out. I don't want them to replace me. And they're like, share me at this point. But I just wanted to play by the rules and not spoil anything. So it was a very, very hard secret to keep.
Is it just, are you just so worried because this is a gig of a lifetime?
I think I'm not worried about anything all the time. Yeah, but it was especially so because absolutely, yeah, this was an experience that I had dreamed about and never thought would happen to me. So it was incredibly surreal. And yeah, since I'm such a paranoid person of doing the wrong thing anyway and upsetting someone anyway, compound it with how big this project was and what a dream this project was to be a part of it. It made it even more stressful.
You like my girlfriend, where when you leave the house and you're like, oh, did I leave the oven on? I'll go back and check. Are you that bad, or?
It depends. There have been moments where if my husband and I are packing to go on a trip, there have been a couple moments where I'm like, did I forget to turn off the coffee machine? Or did I forget to turn off the flat iron? Or did I leave the lights on? Or whatever the case is. Usually, especially during the pandemic, that's been something I've been trying to do with the downtime, is try to be more intentional and be more mindful and kind of take more time. I might not be able to get as many things done in a day, but I'll actually experience all of the aspects of my day. And it's not a foolproof plan. Sometimes I go back into crazy chaotic mode, but since everything's slowed down, I'm like, I need to try to practice being a little bit more mindful and living the present. And that calm practice has been very helpful for not making me feel as lost and swept up in the chaos.
Desi, he says, I love the female V.
Oh,
which
thank you.
I think we all do. What how many lines did you do in the in quarantine versus out of?
Yeah, in quarantine we probably had just a handful of sessions, like 4 or 5.
So like what percentage? 10%?
Oh, less
from
than
your home?
10%.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I would say most of it. We had sessions and sessions and sessions. I mean, at one point, because nobody knew what I was working on, and I would tell people, I would say, I'm driving down to Marina Del Rey, so I'm not going to be able to do such and such. I'm not going to be able to make it to such and such session across town. And everyone said, do you live in Marina Del Rey now? Did you move? And I said, no. I'm just working on something. And there's limited studios that are in Marina Del Rey, and most of them are gaming studios, or studios that do a lot of games. So a lot of the actors and a lot of the other studios I was working for, I think, were going, what is she working on? Why is she always down there? And they're like, you have a lot of sessions for this Marina Del Rey.
That's the thing.
game.
Can't people in the industry put it together when you're having that many sessions? There's only so many projects, surely, with that many sessions.
Yeah, I think near the end, because other actors were coming in and working on it, and so it was only a matter of time when they would walk into the studio and there's 4 or 5 booths running, and they would go, Jeremy is always here. And then they would notice if they came in and worked on the session, they're like, oh, that's the Cheetah studio. They're working on Cyberpunk, and Jeremy's not here today. Interesting. So people were asking me near the end, and then when the second demo came out, people would start asking me like, "Is that you? It kind of sounds like you, but I don't." And I said, "I can either confirm or deny, but I do live at that studio."
I cannot confirm or deny.
Exactly.
So how many? I can't even imagine how many lines you actually did. Like that's insane. The amount of. It must have been hundreds of sessions. I don't know.
It was. I would say definitely over 100 sessions.
Wow.
And then and the sessions were not the normal. Like I would say for a lot of gaming sessions, we can move at a sort of a quicker pace because we don't have to match picture like we would for anime. Or we don't have a bunch of
the dubbing isn't as precise. Yeah.
So we have a little bit more freedom with the reads. It doesn't have to match a lot. But for this one, because I'm sharing the role with Gavin, they sort of would break down who would get to do which scenes and which missions first. And then we had to, we still had the freedom to do whatever performance we wanted, but whoever had set the pace of each line or had set the time length for each line. So if Gavin had set a line and it took him 5 seconds, I could say the same line however I wanted, but it had to be within that 5-second span so that when they're putting the options together for the player, somebody's not going to end up with a 3-second line, and somebody's not going to end up with an 8-second line. So the process was a little bit of a slower process to record, just because they were very clear that they didn't want Gavin and I doing a copy-paste of each other's performances. They wanted to keep our freedom creatively and have us follow our own instincts, but we did have to fit that technical parameter.
Did you ever meet Gavin?
I haven't. I met him virtually.
You haven't met anyone, have you, really? It's just one of those games.
I didn't meet Keanu.
Because there's no mocap in this. It's all voice work. Yeah.
So I hadn't met Gavin. We got to do a panel together the day, I think it was 2 days before the game came out, and we were both so excited because I knew Gavin from V, and so I was terrified of, like, I'm gonna meet this guy and he's gonna say she is so, like, excitable and bubbly and she is driving me crazy, and I was so thrilled that when I talked to him, he was just as excited and just as nervous as I was, and he was like, I was afraid I was gonna get fired too, and I was like, we are the same. So it was great, because I was so ready for someone to be like, oh my gosh, who is this girl? But he is lovely.
Was it cool to go to a deeper, like, voice? Because a lot of your previous work is very high on the register, would you say?
Yeah.
Like very bubbly, and you know, this one's more mature. Would you say?
I did. I've started doing some stuff in a lower register. I'd always wanted to, but I didn't know how people would respond to it. It's really, it's something you're like, oh, I want to try this, but everybody knows you in a certain way and is comfortable with you in that way. And so I didn't want anybody to say, oh, we know that she's, like, faking this, or this isn't her. Because there are definite things that I resonate with the character and and live her dream. I absolutely relate to. And there are probably moments in my life where I would have been more in that grounded, real, authentic place. And so it was nice to get to channel that. And I really enjoyed it. And the fact that they cast me, and then now a lot of people are like, we want her to do the lower voice stuff. I'm like, great, awesome, let's do it. My brother was playing the demo early on because he has been very excited for this game, and he's like, that's kind of sounds like you, but it's not. And his girlfriend was like, no, I think that's your sister. It sounds like your sister. He's like, no, it doesn't.
Hold on, you didn't even tell your own brother.
No, I couldn't tell anybody. I couldn't tell my husband, my family.
Couldn't trust him.
Well, my brother would be able to keep a secret. I feel like.
Hold on, did you say you didn't tell your husband?
Yeah, no, he didn't know what I was working on at all.
Wow.
Now it's gotten a little. He does know about stuff now, because when I'm recording at home in the closet, he'll walk by and he'll be like, "Did you just say this? Is this game?" I'm like, "Don't say anything." So now the NDA it protects my husband and my cats. They all have to keep the secret.
I've got some questions here.
Sure.
Did you improvise any lines? And what was your favorite line or quote from Mr. White Gaming?
Ooh, improvising lines. It's always a tricky situation, because people they work so hard on these scripts, and they will say, like, we'll get rid of this, but we want to keep this. And for Cyberpunk, there were a couple of, like, with the slang, we would say, like, I don't know if we're saying this right, maybe we could sub out this word, maybe we could change this. And a couple of times they would say, sure, but then they would say, no, this is absolutely intentional. I know there were a few times that it's natural to use pronouns, and specifically for V, they wanted to limit the use of pronouns just to try to keep it as gender neutral as possible. And so that made it, and they also said in the world that we're creating, gender is less of a construct that everybody abides by, so we don't want to use pronouns as much. So that was really interesting. I noticed Gavin and I were having a hard time with that. We just, because of the way we've been utilizing language to this point, we put pronouns in sentences. And so they'd be like, nope, we got to do that line again, pull those pronouns out. So it was very, very intentional. Wow. Only if the line would absolutely not make sense and it would pull the gamer out of the experience would they say, okay, we can use a pronoun here. So that was interesting. But there were a couple times where I don't know if my reaction specifically with a certain individual who has a very unique nose that you'll find in the game, my reaction to him was to laugh with the first greeting. And I don't know if that was exactly the read that they had initially thought.
Hold on, can you see the picture on screen? Can you see the model?
I don't know if I can.
No, like when you're recording.
Oh, no. So sometimes we can. They'll sometimes show a like a 3D mock-up of like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This is kind of what the environment looks like. They do have which we would refer to as the Night City Bible, and they would say this is kind of the mission that you're going on, these are the characters you'll run into, and then we can flip back and see, do they have rough character art for this? Can they describe the characters that we'll be meeting with? So I don't remember if for him we saw art. I think I just had a very, very clear description, and I was like, I got it. Oh, this is so good. So my first reaction when meeting him was my first reaction after they described it, and I said, let me do it again, and I won't like try to stifle a laugh, and they're like, nope, that's it, we're keeping that, we're moving on. So that happened a couple of times where they just really liked our first instinct.
Is that your favorite like line, or do you have any other lines or quotes that stick out? There's so many, but
there's so many. I really like some of the more introspective emotional lines where V is sort of grappling with why she feels compelled to stay in Night City and what V is fighting for in this game, and because there's so many opportunities where the question of like, why don't you just give up? Like, what are you doing all this for anyway? And V is very clear about, depending on how the player chooses, why V is there. And so I really love those moments. I really love all of the scenes with Victor Vector. That was one of my audition scenes, and I remember loving the.
Is that Jackie?
No, the Ripper Doc.
The Ripper Doc.
And I loved when one of my first two audition scenes. One was with Dex, and one was with Victor Vector. And I loved that they kind of had a parent-child relationship, but they were also really good friends, and it was sort of a home base when things got a little dicey. V could go back and talk to Victor and sort of get grounded and say, like, look, you got to help me through this. And it was I felt like V could be vulnerable with so few people in the game, and of course as you play the game, your choices of who you want to be more vulnerable with opens up, but that was my first experience of allowing V to be vulnerable was with Victor, so I always associated him with a very safe space for V.
I'm going to ask you about, I just remembered something. I watched a video of you, I think it was on Instagram, where you received the copy of the game for the first time, and then you just start crying looking at the cover, and I thought, that is so awesome.
Yeah.
How did you feel, like, when you turned the camera off, like, that is just such a surreal moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. It was really surreal. And I think I've been an actor since I was a kid, and I think growing up in this industry, you're constantly afraid and think that any of these gifts can go away at any point in time. And it's just like you've been told, don't get excited, don't promote anything until it's out and you know that you're in it, because you can be replaced, you can get edited out. And so it's sort of like you're constantly told,
don't
feel too much joy, don't get too excited, this could get taken away. So there's a sort of a guard at any point in time that you want to protect yourself from getting too excited or feel too much joy. And also for me, when I was acting as a kid, and I would tell people, oh, I worked on the show, or I don't want them to feel threatened and then want to be mean to me. So it was a protection. And I think also when you're an actor and you have a lot of friends that are actors, you don't want to say, hey, I'm in this really cool thing, because every actor would love to experience what you're experiencing. And so you want to be mindful of their feelings, but at the same time, part of your job is to promote the work you're in, and you worked so hard, and every actor has a right to share how excited they were. So I had made the decision leading up to Cyberpunk, when I'm driving around and I can see the billboards, and I had gone on a run the day of the release, and I had gone, it's okay to be excited. It's you can be excited, and nobody is going to say that, you know, you're being super narcissistic or you're being a diva. But you worked really hard. This is a really cool thing, and you can be really excited and really proud of this. So when it got there, and it was like a concrete version in my hand of like, I played this character, I did this, and it's real, and it's in my hands. It was surreal, and also just I can drop the walls and just feel really, really excited. And that was really a relief.
Especially because you're on the cover too.
Yeah.
You
You
that's
never
gotta be
expect
cool.
that. Yeah, yeah.
This is a AAA game.
I know, it's
This is
insane.
unbelievable. I've got some more questions here for you. Let me just get them up. Who cares says, how was it working with CDPR?
They were great. So kind, so collaborative. I didn't, you would think with something this big, like you said, this is a AAA game, I would have thought they would have been way more hands-on and like, no, it has to be this way. This is what the fans like. This is what we know sells. This is what we know. No, they were very much like, we hired you. We want you to make the creative choices. We want you to know that we trust you. The director that I got to work with, they, as far as I was aware, they were very understanding. Like, do what you need to do in the process to do the best job that you are proud of. And there were notes that they would come back and say, as we're working through it, we need to make these changes. We need to adjust the performance in this way. But they were fantastic. I mean, I was amazed how much freedom I had, and as I got a little more comfortable in the process, that I would ask questions and say, is it cool if I make this choice, or can I do this? And they would say, absolutely, give it a shot, and then we'll let you know where we think the best direction is overall, because I didn't know where the character was going, because they were still working on building the story. So it was sort of like they're forging ahead and making this path, and I'm following along. And I might be veering off track a little bit, and they would say, that's great, cool, go on a little bit of an adventure, and we'll come back here. So they were really lovely to work with.
So when it comes to, because you were doing the voice in LA, did they have someone fly over, or were you connecting via Zoom, or were there, like, how did it work in that sense?
So there were a couple of times where they had, where Boris would come over and he would be in studio in-house. There were a couple of times that he was via Zoom or via Skype. Obviously, when we did any sessions in 2020, he was over Zoom or over Skype. And then there were some times where they would say, because there was also a studio running in the UK, and so it was almost like as soon as the UK would go to sleep, we would start recording, and then we would go to sleep, and the UK would start recording. So there were moments where they would say, like, we trust you, you guys are in a groove, we'll check in with you in a couple of sessions or in a couple of days, we got to hang out with the UK team, because there were moments that they were just working nonstop, and they were like, we got to be writing sometimes, we got to be listening to audio and listening on the session. So I don't know how they managed that balance, but they did, and they would be listening to files after the sessions. I mean, it was crazy.
Jeremy's voice acting as V from Cyberpunk blew my mind. It was one of the best voice acting in history of games. She deserves an award for her work.
Oh my god.
That's a pretty good.
That's so nice. Thank you.
I think you just made a day for it.
Yeah.
What was it like working with Jackie, the actor who played Jackie?
He's such an incredible actor, and he is one person I did get to meet, which was very cool. At one point, they were running 2 studios. So Cyberpunk was in one booth, and then I was in the other. And so when Jason walked in, the director said, "Have you guys met? Because V and Jackie should meet." And we were like, "Oh, what? Hi!" And we'd already done both demos, and we'd done a little bit of the game, and just such a lovely person, and I think that absolutely comes through. With
Great
him.
chemistry.
Oh
Tell
my
you
God,
what.
I think that Jason could create chemistry with a brick wall because he's just such a nice, cool, fun guy, which I think is so necessary for Jackie. And he has such a fun performance, and he's so lovable. And then there are moments where he absolutely breaks your heart, and he's a wonderful person, and I'm thrilled that I got to work with him, and I love his work in this game, and it made my job very easy because I just had to react to what he was bringing.
Well, spoiler warning, guys, for anyone who hasn't finished it. What was your reaction to when his ultimate demise in the story?
So we did that, or at least I had been told that was going to happen when we worked on the demo, and so I said, "Well, that's awful." And I thought, because they told me that ahead of time, that there would be another way. Like, we were just going to do this version in the demo, and there would be another way.
Another
when
path.
we started working on the main game, I said, "Okay, so when do we go back? When do we go back and do the other one?" And they were like, "There's no other one." And I said, No, there's, the one where Jackie's okay. And they're like, there isn't one. And I said, "I need a moment." And they let me take a few minutes to process this relationship that I have gotten so comfortable with that is going to change. And then I thought it was so nice, the phone calls that you can find later on in the game. That was something added much later.
Really?
Yeah, that was not, as far as I know, that was not initially part of the process. And so I remember when the director said, "And now we have this really nice moment where you can make these phone calls." And I
bit of a hidden moment.
Yeah, I was like, what a wonderful thing to do for the player, and I needed that as the actor and as the so I really thought that was a nice touch, because there just didn't feel like there was closure, and I feel like the character needed that, and then getting to see the family, getting to talk to Misty, all of that stuff. It's there's so much grief.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, there's so much grief in this game, but there's also so much humor in this game. And like I said, as someone who's been very guarded a lot of the time, like, don't get too excited, don't feel too much joy, it could all go away at any moment in time. With this, when you're playing so many different paths, there are moments where V lets down V's guard a little bit, and then there are moments where V's like, "Nope, not doing it, I gotta stay guarded, I gotta protect myself." And it was nice to get to kind of experiment what would be my natural inclination as a person, and what is me as an actor trying on, well, what would it be like if this is how I responded in a situation, and then seeing how those paths would evolve.
Now, you're not a gamer, are you?
I am, but I'm not a very good one. I'm not a very skilled gamer. So whenever anyone says for a convention, will you play live on the stream? I'm like, no, because you want me to talk to people, and you want me to focus on playing the game, and how am I supposed to?
That's a skill, yeah.
It absolutely is. It is a skill I do not have. But my husband in quarantine has said, it would be fun. I'll help you, and we'll practice, and then you'll feel comfortable, and then if you wanted to stream, you could. And I was like, that is never going to happen. And I think he is now in the camp where he's like, no amount of practice is ever going to get her ready to split her focus in both ways. Just won't happen. But I have been playing I play a little bit of almost every game that I work on, but I've been very fortunate to work on so many games that as soon as I start playing a game, then another one will come out, and I'm like, oh, brain check. So I have like a stack of games in progress, just like the stack of books that I'm reading in progress.
You are never going to get to that.
Maybe one day I'll finish them all.
No, let's be honest with you. You got to be honest with yourself.
True.
So you barely played Cyberpunk? I'm guessing you've 2 hours in or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was terrified. I briefly started playing a couple weeks ago, and the reason I hadn't is because I couldn't make a decision on which life path I wanted. So I've been spending since December watching everybody else's streams, going, "Oh, that's a choice. Okay. Oh, okay." So I've been playing vicariously through you guys.
So which one did you choose in the end?
I took the Street Kid life path. My brother played Nomad. One of my best friends.
I played Nomad with yourself.
Chose Corpo, and so because I had watched their paths and I hadn't seen anybody that I knew take the Street Kid path, I was like, okay, well I gotta do the other path.
So I've put a bit more time than you. I've put 150 hours in.
Yeah, a little bit more.
I think half and half. I think with you it was with female V it was Nomad, and
cool.
And then with the male it was Corpo. But very, very different delivery.
Yeah.
I gotta say, yeah.
Yeah, I love that they let us keep our identity and our choices, which was really cool.
Don't tell Gavin, but I probably prefer you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm not just saying that because you're here either.
There are some really great moments, I think.
No, he was great too.
When we were doing either or, like there were some moments where I'd be recording and I would say, how did he say it with that time? How can I stretch it, or how can I do it tighter? Can I hear what Gavin did? And I would go, that is such an interesting choice. I really like that. Man, that's really cool. And so there were a couple moments where it's so hard to share a character in some ways because you start feeling really insecure going, man, that's so cool. I did not think of that choice. He sounds so much cooler than I did. And it's just that we're two very different people. And so it's just like life. You go, you can't compare. We're two different people playing this game. And there are going to be gamers that are going to resonate with his performance or my performance in different ways, in different life paths. And I think that's the great thing that CDP did, is they're like, we don't want to get a copy-paste generic performance from either of them because we want them to stand on their own. We want people to resonate with their V in a different way. So I think that's really cool.
I think a lot of people pick the female V as well. Like I've noticed in a lot of AAA games now they're giving both the male and the female versions. I know Assassin's Creed does it, so it's actually really cool to see. And I know you were in Horizon as well, which I think is the first game to ever have an all-female on a motion capture stage.
Yeah.
Was that right?
I believe so. I think.
Well, one of the first anyway.
One of the first. So when we were doing our mocap day for Frozen Wilds, it was Ashley Birch, Victoria Atkin, and myself. And so we were in the studio, and I believe somebody from the stage came in and said, we just wanted to let you guys know this is the first day, because we had rehearsals there. They're like, there's no male actors in this stage, and this is, I believe they said the first time in that studio and in that sound stage that there had never been a male actor for that entire week. It was just the three of us. And we all were like, this is so cool. And then we thought, how is that possible that for a whole week on a sound stage? But that was a really cool experience.
Mr.
We were three girls fighting with each other and wielding weapons. So we weren't having a slumber party.
That's all right. Mr. White Gaming, can you ask Jeremy if she's played the game, she's finished it, what ending did she go for? I'll ask you that. What ending do you think's the canon ending in your mind? What? Spoiler warning, by the way, for everyone again.
so my cousin was playing the game, and she was like, so I went to space, and I said, how do you feel? She goes, depressed. And I was like, that's rest. And I was like, yeah, I was very depressed. I just the idea that you would be like shipped off and alone for who knows how long, that's just, to me, really devastating. It's difficult. We recorded so many endings.
I feel like, is there 6 endings?
There's a lot. And I think at one point, they all felt pretty bleak. Like, I was like, man, these are all very bittersweet endings. And for a while, I was like, I don't want to make the choice where Johnny gets the body. Like, I want V to be able. However, I think that's my favorite ending. That whole epilogue with Johnny, and kind of getting to have closure and all of that stuff. And that was some of my favorite. I had a lot of fun doing the scene work for those moments.
You would have recorded those endings probably later in the piece, yeah?
I think we were probably working on those the last 2 months, somewhere in the last 2 months of 2019.
Yeah. Because the game was supposed to come out in 2019 at one point? Or no, the start of 2020?
Oh, maybe. I think, I know at one point
there's a lot of
it was
pushbacks,
March,
wasn't there?
April 2020. And then I think it pushed to September of 2020.
And then again,
yeah. There were moments when we were recording where we knew and we were like, I think we can get it all done in time, but there's just so much content. There's so much content. And they were constantly like upping the game. Like doing what's the highest level of caliber that we can do to make this the best experience possible? And they're like, let's go for it. If we can do it, let's do it. So I had no idea what it was like in Poland and how hard they were working, but we were so amazed by the product and the stories and the content that they were cranking out, and at the magnitude that they were able to do it.
Yeah, 100%. Slingo says, what's your dream game to voice act for? Do you have an IP or a series that you're like, yeah, I wouldn't mind dabbling in that world?
I mean, this was a big.
I mean, this is pretty good.
It's a big deal. I had always said I would really love to play like a playable character and a female protagonist in a game that wasn't just action, which I love action and I love doing that stuff, but I'm an actor and I got into acting because I loved telling stories. So what I loved about this process is the player's in control. We have so many different options, but you guys are making the choices, which is very much like a film, but except you're the director and you're the editor. We're just kind of like at which pieces do you want to put together, and everybody has a unique experience. So as far as a challenge and an experience for an actor, it was very cool, and it's something that I never imagined I would get to do, and it was an absolute dream to get to do. And then put it on the stage that Cyberpunk got to be released on was even cooler. As far as other things that would be dream projects for me, I love historical fiction, so I would like to do some stuff that's based in history, but maybe some of the questions and mysteries, we fill in the gaps and create a film or a game or a story based on that. I also really like mystery and paranormal stuff, so I think that would be really fun to get to work on a project in that way.
It'd be cool if you were in Horizon Forbidden West too, wouldn't it?
Right? I don't know if they'll let me do two. I don't want to be greedy. They're a wonderful team to work with as well. I want to make sure every actor gets the opportunity to work with that team. But if they asked, I certainly would jump at the chance to work with them again.
How different was the project compared to your anime work from Cisco?
Well, with anime, we'll work on a series 12 to 24 episodes, and then usually there's a little bit of a break, and we have to see, do the fans like it? Are they going to want to animate an additional season? Is the development team and the creative team, do they want to do a second season? So you usually do a couple months maybe with a character, and then you take a break, and then if you're lucky, it's 6 months. Sometimes it's 3 years. And then if you're very fortunate, like I have been with a couple of projects, you work on like a Sailor Moon or a Fairy Tale where there are hundreds of episodes. And when you start, you have 50 episodes. And then they say, well, we'll see how it goes. And then over time, you end up working on 300 plus or whatever the case may be. But with Cyberpunk, I still, when I say the name, I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to get in trouble? No, fine. This is loud. But with that, I didn't know going in how many sessions they were going to need. And then as I kind of saw the line count would change, and I was like, man, this is a huge line count. I'm gonna get to spend a lot of time with this character without any breaks.
Did you know she was a main character?
I did.
Yeah.
I did know that. I just didn't know. Usually for video games, they'll say when you audition, this is gonna be, we're gonna have one session, or we're gonna have a couple sessions, and it's gonna film or record during this time frame. The first time that I experienced sort of not knowing when we were going to end was Persona 5, and I went in for one session, and you, as an actor, you're like, I want to get as many lines as possible. I want to make sure I get everything that they needed done in this time frame. I don't want them to fall behind. And I remember we had maybe 10 minutes left of my first Persona session, and I saw the little tiny bar on the Excel document, and I was like, oh no, I'm so behind. We have all of this left to do. She's like, okay, we'll get you scheduled for next week. And I remember walking out going, okay, and then after we rescheduled, I was like, I am so sorry that we are not done. I don't know why I'm moving so slow. She's like, honey, we're going to be here for months. So with Cyberpunk, they said, we're going to be here for months. And I said, okay, well, you guys just let me know if I need to move quicker. And the director said, I don't want you worrying about any of that. I want you to be just staying in the scene. I will handle the pace. I will do what we need. That's my job. You just have fun, stay in the scene, create the character. And that was really fun, giving me permission to just play.
The One Amigo says, what did you think of Johnny Silverhand, the first impression of him?
Oh, man. Which path did you take? Because Johnny has many different
personalities, eh?
Yeah. So it's always fun to get, that's one of my favorite things about Cyberpunk, and one of the reasons why I was so hesitant to play at first, because when I'm acting, I get to play all of the paths. I don't have to choose. And now when I'm playing the game, I'm not going to get to hear every single one of Johnny's cool, quippy responses. I got to pick one. I got to choose which one I want to hear. I love, actually, when V is a little saucy with Johnny, and he comes back very combative. I really like those. But ultimately, I really like some of the moments where you kind of get to see how much Johnny cares about V, or is starting to care. And I, as the actor, was often saying, like, I don't trust him. I don't trust how this is going. And then as we would take the path, I would go, okay, all right, maybe he's not so bad. But yeah, in the beginning, those initial moments, I'm like, this is a very un-Keanu character. So that was probably my first response. I'm like, Keanu is so nice and so chill and very, very cool.
Isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, and Johnny is cool in a different way.
Yeah, 100%. More questions here. Desi says, can you relate to your character of female V?
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment we were recording where there was a line where she said, "I came to this city to pursue my dreams, and I'm not going to give up on myself, and I'm not going to give up on this city." And it felt very much like, as an actor,
Going to LA?
yeah, like, you know, I came to this city because this is where you got to go, where the opportunities are, and it's no question. We've all seen it. We've all read it. It's a tough city and it's a tough business to live in. Like, everybody is out here fighting for their dream, working as hard as possible, and everybody wants it, and everybody will do whatever it takes, and you just have to draw that line for yourself of, like, what is whatever it takes? What am I willing to sacrifice for my career and for my dream? And you, as the player, get to decide what V is willing to sacrifice, or what V is willing to do. And I think that this is true for anybody in life. Like, what do you want? What are the dreams that you want? How far are you willing to go to pursue it? And what are the non-negotiables of, I will not lose this to get for this goal that I may or may not reach. So I definitely related to that. I've heard a lot of people say, like, V has so much emotion and so much pain and so, like, very sarcastic. Absolutely, I relate to that. I've been told so many times in my life, you have so many emotions. I'm like, yeah, I'm an actor. I play with emotions for a living. They're all, like, hanging out with me. I'm very comfortable with my emotions, and I love working with emotions. I love the psychology of dissecting why you're experiencing this and what that really means. And so getting to go down that road with her and be a very emotional person in certain paths, and allowing those really painful or funny moments to affect you, but also being very guarded, which I'm guarded in a lot of ways. So I definitely related to V in all those different ways at different points in different times. But while I was recording, the director would say, I know that some of these are pretty heavy and pretty dark, and so he would try to give me a funny section right after. And I'll tell you, Brendan just played me. I was like, Brendan is fun, Brendan will make me laugh, Brendan is joy. And then
is that the robot?
The vending machine.
The vending machine,
yes,
yeah, that's Brian Fashad.
Oh my gosh, yes. And then by the end of that mission, you're like, this was supposed to be my safe place and my joy, and you just took my heart and you ripped it out.
That was cool, because his girlfriend, his wife, was also the character in that sequence.
Which
that was great.
So great, and I love that little nod to their relationship, and because they're such well-known streamers as well. And so that was a really fun little bit.
I've got to ask you about a few relationship paths in the game.
Okay.
We've got Judy, River, Pan Am. I'll start with Pan Am.
Okay.
Talk to me a bit about that. And, like, there's some interesting scenes in a tank.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Pan Am they're all so fun, and I really lucked out in getting with Carla and Emily and Robbie. I knew Robbie going into recording, but I've not met Emily or Carla, and what incredible actors. Like, again, I just have to just play in the scene and react to their performances, and my job is so easy because they're so good. We had a lot of fun with Pan Am and kind of figuring out, because of course, as I'm sure the internet is aware, what is also interesting about this game, just because you're attracted to someone doesn't mean that they're attracted to you. And so there are many moments where you can get shut down. Which there are moments where I guess you could experience that with Carrie a little bit. And I know a lot of people have been frustrated by that. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, well,
that's cool.
That's like life. Like, you could be attracted to someone, and it's through no fault of their own. They just say, I don't feel that way about you, and we have to be able to respect their wishes as well. Just because we're playing a game and we're the player, and this is our world, we've got to respect the integrity of the characters that we're interacting with.
What about Judy? Because I know she was a big fan favorite
Oh,
as well.
Judy's so cool. Yeah, they're so different. I love the sort of banter and the sparring that happens with Pan Am, and then with Judy, Carla has just a great quality about her voice that she's very grounding. She's very centered. Carla knows exactly who she is. And I think that that's a really cool anchor for V if you choose to go that way. And Carla's, Judy is so fun. And she's super smart, and she's super badass. So those are all really cool. I love all of the back and forth banter with Pan Am, and I think that's a lot of fun. I love getting to go on go through the Evelyn adventure with Judy, and then having that kind of when they're swimming and getting to see a little bit of Carla's or a little bit of Judy's personal backstory. If you choose to go that route, that's a really lovely moment that you don't always get to see from Judy's character.
But it must be fun doing some of those, like the love scenes or the lead up to those.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it'd just be a lot of fun to just sort of muck around.
We're doing each option. Like usually, I think we'll probably.
That's
play
what I mean.
And then we'll go back into the option. So
yeah.
So that's very fun to go like. Okay, well, here's the option where everything's going swimmingly and everybody likes this and wants to proceed. And let's do the other option where, like, nope, shut down. Okay, cool. Now let's do this other option. It's a very. It feels like you're doing improv or scene study in an acting studio because you're like, okay, now what would happen if they said no? Now go. So you kind of get to get less married to the choices that you're making because you're going to do it completely differently in about 5 minutes.
Dan, could you ask her, did she have a particular favourite mission or gig in the game? That's a bit hard. I've got the Cyberpunk book and there's literally like hundreds to choose from.
I know that I said to the director at one point, I said, he goes, we're doing this mission, and I had said, this one's my favorite mission. And then he would say, well, we're going to be working on this mission. I go, okay, now that one's my favorite. And now we were probably like 8 months in, and I said, they've got to stop. Like, I've changed my mind 30 times this week alone. There's too many good missions. Like, they're trying to top themselves. They've already done it so many times. They're all so good. Since I didn't mention River, and I loved getting to work with Robbie. It was such a dark
River,
mission. The Peter Pan mission.
Oh, that's a great mission. Very dark, but yeah.
Very dark, but it was. I love getting to do the sort of the detective and the digging and finding out all that stuff. And
that was great.
Stakes are so high for that mission, and I think that was a really good one. Really. The big story with Evelyn was also just a really great. I think it was a really well written arc. I also really quite enjoy getting to find the tarot cards and the tarot cards with Misty. That like the whole reading where you got to track them around. I think that was a fun sort of offbeat. I know the director and I really enjoyed working on the mission with the tortoise as well. That was fun.
I like the monk mission. Do you remember that one? The several. Yeah, that was very bizarre. But that
very
was fun.
Bizarre.
There's
and that's
so many
so interesting about how they created this game. You'll go, this is so weird, and yet it feels so grounded. And I don't know how they were able to keep that juxtaposition.
Yeah, it feels like something you'd expect.
Yeah,
traveling through.
It's totally out of. I mean, I love the stuff with Brendan, and then the guy who's the leader, and he's sharing all the conspiracies and all of that stuff, and how all those crazy paths can go. And you would go, this is so off the wall. But in Night City, it makes sense.
Yeah. Did you see the unfortunate news of CD Projekt Red their data was hacked or something like that. Did you see that story going around?
Oh my gosh.
Have you heard anything about that?
I've seen, yeah, I've seen the post where they
that they did,
where they shared what happened. I cannot imagine, and I mean, to me, so many people worked on this game behind the scenes, and were so vulnerable with their creativity and all that, and then just get hit like that. It's gut wrenching. You never want to see that happen to anyone.
Yeah, it is sad. I've just been reminded here about the crucifixion mission. Do you remember that mission? That is one of the craziest missions I've ever seen in a game.
That was one of the hardest couple of days, just because you never think that you'll have
it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even that the way that there are characters in the mission that seem to be more concerned with the response and the feedback and the publicity, less than concerned with the human being, really hit me, because I have always, I was on the debate team, and that was my speech when I was 13, 14, was how society will often put people on a pedestal, and then they make a mistake, or they change and they evolve, and people decide, oh, we don't like you anymore, or you're not relevant anymore. And then there's a human that is kind of left bleeding and vulnerable, and we just don't care. It's not our problem. I remember my speech, the comparison that I made, which a lot of people wouldn't probably respond to as well now, but I said it's very much like Grisabella in Cats. Is you have this character that is so popular and beloved, and then you see what happens when everybody forgets about them, and they're still hurting, and they don't know why nobody loves them anymore. They're still, their heart still beats the same, and they still want to be loved and accepted. And so when I was able to see in this game that the world that what Night City had become over time was something that glorified a person sacrificing themselves, was really, really hard. Just to see, like, man, we as a society need to start caring about human beings and be compassionate for other people. Otherwise, how far will we go as a society for entertainment and publicity at the expense of another human being?
And I was one of the first to upload that mission to YouTube, and I remember the comments vividly, and they're still coming into this day, of just everyone that comments has a long paragraph of what they thought of that mission. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
With all different opinions as well. Like, I don't know who came up with that mission, but yeah, you could say it's controversial, but I think it's an unbelievable mission, really, because you half the people might not ever see it, because I think it's just a random sort of event that happens, and then you can either follow him in the car or you can walk away.
Right.
You know, there's so many times you can walk away before getting to that final point. And I think it was the last mission I played on a weekend, and then I just had to put the controller down after that, because that was just crazy.
And I think that's what's so important with this game, and what I love about being an actor, be it in theater, in film, in television, in gaming, in whatever the medium that you're watching be. My favorite thing about going to a play or seeing a movie is to leave the theater and talk to the people that you saw the project with, and get their feelings and learn based on their life experience, how did this impact you? We saw the exact same movie, but did we see the exact same movie? Did we respond to it in the exact same way? And how can we have conversations and figure out what the common ground is, and how did your life experience make you see the same scene differently? So I think if we are able to have those conversations with each other, especially about controversial points, and come to a compassionate understanding of, I see where you're coming from, I disagree, but I see where you're coming from, then it teaches us to be a more empathetic society. And I also think it's necessary when we're playing games and we're surrounded by arguably these traumatic situations that happen, to allow ourselves to be impacted by that. And like you said, to like put the controller down and go, I gotta walk away and process this for a second, because you've just vicariously endured trauma, and you should need the time to process it and see how you feel about that, and how does that impact the choices you make in your real life.
Were you told that the player was going to be able to nail it?
No.
Really?
I was going through everything that we recorded in the game. I did not know until I was voicing it. So I had no idea how everything was going to work, and of course it's a very controversial mission. So much of the entertainment that we're seeing now is stirring up controversy and is starting conversations, and teaching us about what we value as human beings. And I think those are necessary and important conversations.
GG asks, did you know what the environment would look like by the end? Did you have it imagined, like, did you know what Night City was going to become, or what it felt like?
Based on pictures that I'd seen or trailers that had been released, that was all I had to kind of fill in the gaps for Night City. As far as, like, did I have an idea of a map or how, like, where all the cities were going to land, I did not know.
You would have just had imagery, and so just whatever sketches I saw or whatever, but it all felt very disjointed. It's hard to think back on it and think, like, what did I think of Night City, because of course now we all have a very concrete understanding of it. But I think at that point, before it was released and before I had seen extensive gameplay, all I had was like disjointed imagery and clips and sketches and things like that. Yeah, 100%. Now, I think CD Projekt Red announced there was going to be some sort of DLC, some content after the fact. I know they're working on the actual game, like glitches and things like that at the moment. So I'm guessing if you were to do that, you haven't recorded it yet?
No, I have no idea. I've heard people on the internet and various people. I hope there's a DLC, or I heard there's a DLC. It'll probably be like everything else. I will find out as soon as they say, "Hey, come into the studio and record stuff," and that will be how I find out. But yeah, I don't. They've got so many things going on, and there's so much content.
Can't envy them, do you?
Yeah, no, it's so much work. I don't know how they're navigating everything. So hopefully, we'll see. I would certainly love to dive back into Night City and get back to work. I miss the production team. I have so many fond memories, nothing but fond memories working with them. So it's, you know, it's like going to camp, and you're like, I can't wait to go back and see my friends again. But I'm not in an immediate rush to get back, because I would ideally love to get to do that in a studio, and due to the current circumstances, that's just not possible. But of course, if the decision is like, we want to get this DLC out and I'll be recording at home, I'll be happy to get to work with them, voice only or in person.
Yeah. Just a few more questions before I let you go. I really appreciate your time, by the way.
Oh, of course, thank you.
Are you familiar with Troy Baker?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had him on the other day, and he said 2020 was a weird year for him because he didn't necessarily have more work, but he had different work. What would you say about 2020 for you? Because I don't know, do you have a booth at home that you're working? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so did you have more work, less work, different work? What would you say?
I was very fortunate in that I still had work. obviously I didn't have travel, so that's a big part of my job that I love, and I missed that aspect. And while I know there are a lot of virtual conventions and events, I sort of, like Troy said, but maybe not in the way Troy meant that. I sort of said I'm going to take this downtime and I'm going to clean house, metaphorically and physically. So it was getting all of the stuff that I have kind of allowed to accumulate because I've been too busy with work and being out and about. And now that I was stuck inside, it's been a lot of kind of sorting through coping mechanisms that I do that maybe are not super healthy. It's not super healthy to just busy yourself with work all the time, and when you're exhausted and you're worn down, say, no, I'm just going to keep working and it'll be fine. No, take the time. Like, you got to take care of your body. You only have one. You can't wear it out. So this 2020 was a year of self-reflection and I guess retreat for me, and it was, I mean, I would say a very traumatic year for everyone in the world, with dealing with a lot of fear and a lot of overwhelm and wondering what the future looks like.
You're still in lockdown now, aren't you?
We are, it's very strange. I'm more at home than outside. We're still very much on patio dining for food and meals and things like that. But I'm at home most of the time since I record from home, so I don't really have any reason to leave. I will go outside maybe once or twice a week and do like a masked run. But that's about it for my current situation. So I absolutely miss people, but it's made me feel very fortunate that I have a job, that my family thankfully has stayed healthy, that I've had my husband and my cats. And you kind of look at your priorities and go, what do I need and what is bonus? And what do I really need from my work or what I'm creating or my friends and family? And what is just like, man, I'm so lucky to get to experience this and kind of get to see things from a different vantage point.
100% agree. Are there any games that you're working on that you can even talk about, or anime or anything, or some exciting things coming out this year, next year?
What can I talk about? I worked on the live action dub for Losing Alice on Apple TV. And I worked on an animated feature, the dub for an animated feature called Morona's Fantastic Adventure. And Pokemon is on Netflix. I'm trying to think what else
That's
is on.
surreal.
What's
That's
on
really
Netflix?
surreal.
Oh my gosh, my husband is a huge Pokemon fan. And I grew up playing Pokemon with my brother, so now getting to like be a part of the series.
Because you're a similar age to me. Like back in the day, it was Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Sailor Moon, and Digimon.
Yeah.
Those were the big four, and now you're in two of them.
I worked on that, and then I got to work on Digimon a couple years ago. So
three. There you go.
I took my little Beomon to the movie theater and put Beomon in the cup holder to watch the movie with me. It's so weird. It's so surreal.
Do you watch anime? Because it is a different.
I do a little bit. I mean,
okay.
I since I work on it so frequently.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
My husband has said, like, do you wanna watch a cartoon or do you wanna play video games? He's very much into animation and video games, and obviously I am too. It's my job. But usually when I come home, if I want to watch something, I will gravitate towards live action or reality shows, usually documentaries,
really?
because I've worked with cartoons and video games all day, that I guess I just need to remind myself of what I actually look like, so I want to watch a documentary. I have no idea. That being said, we do watch a lot of cartoons and we do watch anime, and just like with the games that I play, I love what I get to do. I love what I get to work on. I'm so impressed with the team and the people that I get to work with. That there are scenes from every day that I have worked where I'll go, I cannot wait to see this finished. And so even if it's just like, I've got to watch this one episode because I want to see what it sounds like with, you know, me and these 4 other actors, because I want to hear the full picture. So I do watch a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I dabble in it. I mean, I've watched, I don't know if you're familiar with a Death Note. That's probably one of my favourites. Yeah. But I also watched Steins Gate, which I know you were in. It's been a while, though, so I don't fully remember it. I think I would have watched it 5 or 6 years ago.
Season 2, if you have not seen Season 2, it takes the emotional place of Season 1 and just, like, cranks
Very
it up.
emotional show for an anime.
Oh my gosh. The second season, I remember telling the director, I said, okay, I'm gonna cry again. And he was like, just from the preview, I'm already like welling up with tears. That was one of the times when I worked on Steins Gate. There's a scene with her and an infamous letter. And I did the first. We're gonna do it again. You were so emotional. It was so good, but we couldn't understand it because you were crying so much because it was so like raw. And I said, yeah, that's very fair. I'll do it again. So that show just tears me up.
Wow, that's good. I don't know how you can bring yourself to tears. I don't know how some actors do it.
I bring myself to tears with just any commercial, like a Folgers commercial that I've seen 30 times. All those holiday commercials, I'm just like weeping. So all the emotions are right at the surface. I'm very easy to be affected by anything emotionally. Like somebody will go, we were watching Snoopy, the Snoopy show, I think on Apple Plus, and I don't know what it was, but I was like, that is so sweet. My husband's like, are you crying? And I was like, yes, I'm sorry. It's really sweet. I have feelings.
So what are some favorite shows or movies that you've watched recently that you can recommend to us?
Recently.
Are you HBO, Netflix,
I almost
Disney?
was like, there's 2 projects that I'm recording right now, and I was like, you should watch this. I was like, no, that's not how it works. We're working on that. Yeah, try to think like, what am I working on? What am I actually watching for me? I watched One Night in Miami, directed by.
Is that Regina King?
Regina King.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm so impressed, and I feel very naive and ignorant that I did not know that it was a play. And the whole time I was watching the movie, I was like, I need to see this on stage. These actors are brilliant. Take everybody else and put this on stage. I would love to see this live in theater. And of course, it's a play. It was fantastic.
I think she might be nominated for an Oscar.
That was so good. My husband and I loved Soul. We thought that was great.
What a movie!
What a movie! As you're we watched it.
It's almost made for adults.
I think it is. And after we watched it the first pass, I said, I'm going to need to watch that again. It's so beautiful, and they broke it down in such a relatable way. But there are so many layers underneath the scenes that you cannot look away. You cannot turn your brain off. There's so much going on. I really enjoyed that. What documentary did I just watch? Man, I told like 30 people about it in 5 days.
That'd be right.
I watched it a month ago, and I told like 30 people about it for a week after, and I was like, "You've got to watch this." My mind.
Is it on Netflix?
You know, I don't even know if it was on Hulu or Netflix, but I'm a fan of probably any and all documentaries because while I know it makes me sound like an absolute nerd, which I am, I love going to school. I love learning. Documentaries are so fun for me to get to see people in their element, explaining things that they're experts on. It's so fun.
Have you seen the
documentary? It's the
what was it called?
documentary on, I can't remember the name of it, but it is on Netflix. It's a documentary about Rubik's Cube competitors. And they were actually, their championship is in, I believe it's in Melbourne. And I remember watching it going, I've been to that convention center. So that was fun. But we watched that, and then we also watched a documentary about independent gamers, people creating tabletop gaming in an independent space, which was really
I think I've seen that.
Yeah.
Have you seen the documentary on the whales? That's a real depressing one.
No. I
Yeah,
haven't
I
seen
forgot
that
the name.
one. And I haven't seen the octopus one yet. But
Yeah, that's another one that's
in a session
doing the
I was
rounds.
in a couple days ago, the director gave me a fun fact about an octopus that occasionally octopus or octopi, when they're swimming by, they just like to punch fish in the face just because they can. It's just a random factoid that he gave me in my session, which I was like, now I need an animated TV show about an octopus just like living his life.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you on. We'll have to get you back at some point. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Before I let you go, can I get female V to can she come alive for a little bit?
Yeah, so the one line that everyone says, can you do a line? The first line, I did this every single day before every single session. This is how we set the voice. There were a couple lines, and the very first line was always, what's on the menu today? And we would have to say that line and like 3 others to make sure. So when everyone's like, what's the first V line that comes to mind? I was like, you guys are not going to be impressed by it. It's not a super fun, like, cool, just a random, what's on the menu today?
Oh, beautiful. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day, and I will hopefully get you back on soon. Take care.
Take care of Night City for me.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time to check that out. Plenty more people coming up that I will announce very, very shortly. Call of Duty stars, they're coming. Who cares? That was awesome. Thank you, man. You've been here the whole time. Appreciate it. You are a legend. Curry Cash, thank you. I'll try and get Keanu next. I think it might be a little bit tough. DJ Jamaican, thank you. GG, Pogger Stream, thank you, brother. Slingo, appreciate it, man. Who's next, guys? Who's next? Well, I can confirm to you that Ghost, Jeff Leach, will be coming on in a week's time. So I'll give you that one for now. There is a few more coming on, but just for you guys, Jeff Leach will be coming on. He plays Ghost, Modern Warfare, Warzone. So it'll be great. He's a blast to talk to, I tell you what. So that'll be great. And the original Ghost, Craig, I'm working on it. All right? Just hang in with me. Could be a possibility. All right? So it's going to be great. You should get the whole cast of World War II. Yeah, I will try, man. I'm going to try and get every Call of Duty there is. Mr. White, thank you, man. Great questions. Really, really appreciate it. Really, really good questions, man. Desi Elliot Knight. Elliot Knight's a tough one, man. I've been trying to get him, but he's a tough one. I'll keep working on it. Yeah, the old Ghost as well. Oh yeah, Jeff. Get David Hayter, aka Solid Snake. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Thanks, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. It was really fun to talk to Jeremy. She's really, really nice. I'll tell you what, she is super nice, super bubbly. We wish her all the best, and hopefully we'll get her back on soon. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Take care, and I will see you next time.
We've got a job to do. We've known each other for years. Fought together, bled together, been through the hell of Vietnam together. We've got a job to do.
And now the training's complete. You just need to give the subject a name.
Dan, we've got a job to do. will surrender. Broken and weak, we will not fail.
They were hostages.
When you take the gloves off, you get blood in your hands, Carl. That's how it works. We get dirty, and the world stays clean. That's the mission.
How quickly they forget that all it takes to change the course of history is the will of a single man.
It's not over yet. Trust me.
The CIA's analysts consider him to be the single largest threat to the world.
Did you get the plane I ordered?
That's a hell of a request, but give me enough time and I can have one parked outside.
Are you being cheeky now? Being cheeky, are we, Val?
Like right now, I'll start talking like Adler. Where is Perseus? Perseus.
Where is Perseus? This is Agent 47. Subscribe to Dan Allen Gaming. He's a great guy.
I have mad respect for you. You've earned my respect.
No. You and I. Going off now.
I just want to say a big thank you to you and your community.
Thank you so much for having me. Honestly, it's so fun, and I love talking about this.
Danny, again, I think you're special. You're special. You got into this.
I'll have to do it again. Thanks so much, man.
Anytime. Pleasure. Take care.
Take care.
Appreciate you,
appreciate you too.
getting involved, and thank you for all the work you're doing in the space and keeping people involved in the game. And I think it's just beautiful.
Show, ladies and gentlemen, the superstar, female V, among many other incredible characters over the years, Jeremy Lee. It's a pleasure to have you back on the show. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for inviting me back. It's so much fun to get to see you again.
Well, top of the show, I want to say thank you because you were actually my 9th ever guest on this show, and now we've had over 175 active guests. So thank you very much for.
Thank you. I mean, how was that possible? It was just yesterday that we spoke, right? So you've just been working overtime.
I think it's nearly 2 or 3 years, actually.
It has been. It has been a while. It really does.
You weren't working on Phantom Liberty when we last spoke, were you?
No. I think when we last spoke, it was shortly after the main game came out, and then we had about, it might have been 6-8 months, maybe a year, before we started working on Phantom Liberty.
Wow. So a lot's happened since then. So firstly, congratulations, new mother. How's that been? How's your life changed?
It's changed in every possible way. It's been great. She's lovely. But yeah, it definitely, you used to have recording sessions and jump in a car and go. I was telling my husband yesterday, now there's we got to make sure we have the diaper bag. We got to make sure that she's been fed, that she's going to be in a good way, a good place when we're driving around to get things done. How do we get all that stuff navigated? Do I wear her in a carrier? Do I take her in a stroller? Who's going to watch her if I have to record? So it's all these fun things that we have to navigate. But there's nothing like it. It's an absolute blessing, and I adore her and I'm obsessed with her. So.
That's awesome. What are you going to do if your husband, because I know he's a big Pokemon fan, what are you going to do if he gets her into it? You're going to have a house full of Poke nerds.
That's totally fine. I don't know if I had been working on it at the time when we last spoke, but I was on not the newest season of Pokemon, but the last season with Ash. So I voiced Chloe, I voiced a human character, and I got to voice Grookey. So I got to, at the very end of spending time with Ash, be one of Ash's last companions. Wow. Ash's last companions, that's tough. And I got to be a Pokemon in that season for a pretty good bit of episodes. So if they all go on a Pokemon adventure, I guess that's all well and good, as long as they catch a Grookey while they're out.
What's that voice? Have you?
I don't know if I'm allowed to do it.
Okay. That's right.
But it was funny that we had to navigate when I was finding out how to do Pokemon voices. There's all these legalities with the Pokemon and what you can do and what you can and cannot say. But I know that when they were helping me find the voice to audition for it, you think of the character's name. So for this one, it's Grookey. What does it look like? It's a lime green little monkey. So what sounds do monkeys make? And how can you only make sounds that might come from a monkey while saying only the syllables in Grookey's name? So if you were to be a Pokemon, Dan, we would be like, what would you want to look like and sound like? And you can only say the syllables that can come from Dan and
It's a very
Alex.
specific type of work.
It's a weird little acting exercise, right?
But it would have been fun, for sure. So
yes,
how's your life changed since the role of V?
Man, gosh, that was also when I found out that I got cast in this game initially. I think I told you in the last interview, most of the time recording being terrified I was going to get fired. And then once we're working on a DLC, it's a completely different fear because people had loved the character and loved the game so much. So now it's not a fear of am I going to get fired, but am I going to live up to what people enjoyed from the previous game. So now you're not competing with yourself, but you're constantly comparing yourself to what you did before. And in that case, it was, probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, that we were working on it. And you're in a completely different place as a human being and as an actor. And so trying to capture that magic in a bottle that was 2 years ago and bring it back. Thankfully, the team is fantastic and the other actors are fantastic. So you kind of just get to relax into it. And that's what I love about being an actor. I'm a pretty anxious person, wanting to be perfect at everything all the time. And I feel like a lot of people can relate to that. And the great thing about being an actor is, yes, you can have all those fears and yes, you can have all those concerns. But really, once you step into the booth or step into the set, in the scene, you have to let all of that go and just be present and listen to the other person and really connect with the story and get lost in the story. And what was so great about the Phantom Liberty story is it's so good. And the other people that I got to act opposite of are so incredibly talented that it was easy to just let any insecurities that I had about myself and my performance go and just live in the world with them. And it kind of felt like going back home to Night City, which was really nice. It's changed in the sense that I've never thought that I would get to play a character like V for such a big game and a big title that so many people love and connect with. So it's been really great to get to see how many people on such a larger scale respond to the material and respond to the characters. I haven't gotten to do as much traveling this year getting to meet people, but I always love to get to see people in cosplay and hear how they can more, which has been really great because I always love hearing what people connect with most about the story, what path they took, how they played the game. And people will come up to me and say like, oh, I played as Male V. That's great. I want to know your story. I love Gavin. I think he did a fantastic job, and I really love that CDPR allowed both of us to connect with the characters in our own way and play the character the way we saw. And it was never like Jeremy's doing this, Gavin's doing this, we want more of the other. They would say, you guys, we hired you to play these characters. You play the characters the way you see fit. So I love when people play as Gavin and play as me and then tell me what they really vibed with about his performance and what they vibed with about my performance. I think it's great.
So have you played Phantom Liberty?
I haven't played Phantom Liberty yet. It came out, man, I think 2 or 3 weeks before my baby was born. I'm going to start playing it. And I was like, no, my back really hurts, my hips really hurt, I'm not going to enjoy this. And then once she got here, I was like, I don't know if it's going to work, holding a baby and playing with, we'll navigate it. But Yeah, I haven't gotten to play it just yet, but I'm excited to when that time comes.
I tell you what, it's phenomenal. As you said, one of the best stories of this year. It's like
Oh my gosh.
It's like James Bond, kind of.
Absolutely.
It's just, there's so much going on. Now, I just had Minji on, who plays...
Isn't she the best?
Fantastic. Now, is it true
love her so
she
much.
made you cry?
Oh my gosh, yeah, so many times.
Oh, so
So
it wasn't
many
just
times.
once.
No, there wasn't just one. Actually, I believe there was a moment while we were recording near the end of recording, and there's a scene with Minji and I can't remember which one it was because it's happened a couple of times, where Somi says something, and the way she says it, I was like just voice cracked, falling apart, and they told me in the booth, they were like, you can't get that emotional yet. I was like, I'm sorry. Do you hear her? Do you hear this performance? How do you not fall apart? So they were like, rein it in a little bit, and like then you can really let go and get more emotional later on. So yeah, no, her performance is fantastic. And Idris Elba, I mean, what an embarrassment of riches that I got to work on this game and get to work with Keanu Reeves' voice and Idris' voice, and their performances are incredible. Yeah, it definitely, when they told me, so this character is going to be played by Idris Elba, I was like, okay, sure, whatever. And when they played him, I was like, no way. This is such a gift. My gosh, how did I get so fortunate? But yeah, I mean, all of the performances are just incredible.
I think I said to you last time, if I was you, I'd go around saying, yeah, I just got off a gig with Idris and Keanu. And why not?
I think everybody who knows me knows that if I saw Keanu and if I saw Idris and if I had to work with them in person, there would be probably like a 10 to 15 minute moment where I just like, I'm in my head, my inner monologue is like, I'm talking to them, I'm staring at them right in the face, I've seen them and everything, and I'm such a huge fan, and now we're working together, and I gotta remember my lines. So it's probably great that they weren't there in person, because I'm such a huge fan, and I mean, once you see what they delivered in this game, you can see why I'm such a huge fan, because they're fantastic.
I know you haven't met Keanu. What if you did meet him, what would you ask him?
Gosh. I think I'm such a fan of his work, of course. But one of the things that I'm most impressed with Keanu is just who he is as a human being. So I've read so many things about what's gone on in his life, and the fact that he's able to stay so positive, so compassionate and empathetic and looking for ways to help other people. I would probably ask him a question about like, how in the world do I capture that sense of selflessness and compassion and purpose to give back to the world, despite when things seem to be so heavy and so dark. Because I think he is he's such an example of that. And every time I've talked to anybody who's worked with him and known him, has said he is as good of a human being as you've heard, and then some. So that would probably be what I would ask him about, because I mean, look, his work is incredible, but I think just seeing what somebody is as a human being, that comes through the work, and I think that's why so many people love the work that he does, is they can feel that heart and that compassion that is just him.
I kind of feel like the same could be said about you,
that's very kind.
especially in this role, and I feel like you really stepped it up for Phantom Liberty. Do you feel like you stepped it up? Oh my gosh,
thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Do you think you stepped it up yourself?
Man, I wanted to. I hope that people enjoyed it and thought so. But yeah, every day that I came in, and then I would hear the performances that other people were giving. I'm like, man, I gotta step it up. They're so good. So yeah, but again, it's like, once you get in there and you start saying the lines, you forget everything else. You just want to be present in the story, and it's so easy to get lost in the story. And then you don't want to leave. Like 4 hours of the session would just fly by, and they're like, "That's it for today." I'm like, "Well, then, can you tell me what happens next?" They're like, "We don't have those lines yet." I was like, I gotta wait. I gotta wait 2 days, or I gotta wait a week. This is impossible. So at least when you guys play, it's always there and it's done. I had to wait.
Yeah, it's phenomenal storytelling. They've just nailed it. And you know what scene I really loved? There's a lot of emotional scenes that they're fantastic. And the endings are very dark, some of them, but The roulette table scene with the twins and that. I mean, I absolutely loved that sort of feeling each other out and just.
Yep.
How was that for you?
Oh, it's so well written, and there's so many different options. So it was so great to get to record those scenes and not knowing what the player is going to choose. So we'd be recording all these, going, oh, I hope they get this line. Oh, wait, I hope they get this line, and then you have to go, okay, well, they might not get either of those lines. So how do we keep this momentum of this scene going? Because it is so much of a, like you said, feeling them out and trying to figure all this out without giving away too much. And so it's a nice little dance that we're doing while we're recording. But the lines are so good. That whole scene, once you get to that party, where there's like this subtext and this undercurrent of we cannot screw this up or we're going to be in such trouble. But then there's so much fun. And you can feel that V is just like having a blast and like picking at people and trying to figure out all this stuff. And so it was a really, talk about playing like multiple emotions and multiple scenes at once. And then, there's a scene with So Me that some people might have gotten and some may have, depending on the choices that they made, of how So Me responds to V and what their background has been. And so that scene is really different depending on how you've played the game thus far, which was really fun to get to navigate. I mean, it's sort of like picking out presents for people for the holidays. You're like, I wonder if the player's going to get this, or I wonder if the player's going to get this, and making sure that everything is packaged so well that it's a really fun experience for everybody. But that was such a blast to get to work on.
Do they give you direction on, as you said, that you can tell that V's having fun, but also the seriousness of it, and is that direction they give you, or is that you, or what is that?
Sometimes it is. I mean, I think so much of the writing that they do is so all the emotional stuff is written into the lines, and you can hear like, okay, this is a fun line. This is where I get to be sarcastic. This is where I get to really like poke at somebody, which is a lot of fun. But I also know that we have to do this dance sometimes. So there have been times where they'll give me direction and say, so you don't see this yet, but we need to have this moment play here because tomorrow when we come back in, we're working on a scene where this is gonna be a bigger. So it's sort of they'll let me live in the moment, and that's sort of what comes from what I'm giving. And then if there's some context that I don't have, they'll say, so by the way, we're just going to give you a little bit extra, and then they'll see what I do with that, and if that's the right direction, cool. If not, they'll kind of redirect me down a different path and let me know how things are going to be affected later on. So the direction, I was so very fortunate working with Pierce and the rest of the team with CD Projekt Red, because they know a little bit more than I do. As I'm just reading the lines, I don't get the script ahead of time, as it would be a massive script. I don't even know how they would send it to me. But we just find it line by line. So since the writing is so good, it's easy for me to just get lost in line by line and play the scene and just have fun in the moment. But if they'll say, so in tomorrow's session or in next week's session, we're going to be working on this, so just keep that in the back of your mind so that we can have kind of that foreshadowing there. Or sometimes they won't tell me that at all because they want me to be surprised when we get there. And so that's really nice to have people that are so collaborative and so open, and they really want me to play the character the way that I instinctively would. So they're pretty hands-off unless they need to like kind of guide me down a little path where we need to get to a certain place.
Is it satisfying for you now, knowing that the game is in such a great state, knowing that there was a lot of bugs at the start, but now it is very well loved overall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I had a couple people tell me that don't worry about it. This is just kind of how games go, and every game has kind of like a learning curve that it has to go through. There's always things that are going to be adjusted and fixed along the way. And I think what was so tricky with this game is it had so much hype for so long that people expected perfection early on, but people don't expect perfection from any game at the start. They might hope that it is, but they're a little more understanding. But when you've waited for something for so long, it's hard to kind of have that understanding. But for my experience, I knew that a lot of people had expressed some frustrations or expressed things like that with the new technology that had never been done before and figuring out all of that stuff. In my experience, everyone had been so kind. And if they would say like, oh, I was dealing with some lag or I was dealing with some issues like that, they said, but the story and these characters and the performances, like I love the game. And so while they might have expressed a little bit of frustration, they were still overwhelmingly positive and really, really kind. And that's what I love about the fan base for Cyberpunk is Night City is such a dark world and it's so aggressive, but I have not met anybody. I haven't met anybody who's been so kind, so loving, and really, like, the people that have played Cyberpunk want to come up and have, like, these really deep conversations with me, and I'm like, my gosh, the Cyberpunk fan base is, like, very in touch with their emotions and very intelligent, and they have all of these, like, wise experiences that they want to share with me about the game. It's, like, so cool to get to have these fun conversations with people, which I really, really appreciate. And I've really appreciated all the support online, that everybody's loving these characters, and people had said, I'm going to wait until the DLC comes out, and then once they played the DLC, they were like, oh my gosh, I can't stop playing this game, I'm obsessed. So, yeah, I mean, I'm thrilled that people are enjoying it. I'm thrilled that people have been enjoying it since the beginning, if they were able to, or if they wanted to wait, that they're finally jumped in and are checking it out. But yeah, it is absolutely rewarding, because when we were working on it, we knew it was something special from the beginning. And so now for everybody to say nothing but how special it is really, really cool.
When you see that boxer, female V, plastered right at the front, even with the new edition, do you see yourself in her?
No, I mean, I know that it's my character, but that's what's so interesting about voicing video games and animated characters, is I know consciously that that's my character. And that I worked on this project, but I don't see myself at all. I am so proud, like I would look at it as like I'm proud of like a sibling or a friend, but I don't think of that as myself just because it doesn't look like me, it doesn't sound like me, it isn't me. But even when I've done on-camera things, when I'm watching the project, I'm not watching it and being like, oh my gosh, look at me. I'm so proud of myself. I'm actually watching it like, ugh, my gosh, that was not a great way to say that line, or I don't really like how your hair looks here. So it's fantastic when it's a video game and an animated character. I don't pick it apart because I just enjoy the experience, because it doesn't look like me and it doesn't sound like me. So it's easy to just kind of get to watch it objectively and then relive it and go, oh, that was a funny moment from when we were recording, and then be reminded of all these stories. So it's probably good that I don't see myself. Otherwise, I might be a little insecure about it.
People don't understand how hard it is to be a playable character, I feel like. Because obviously you're never seeing the face, you're never seeing the emotion, so you've just got the voice to work with. So from your perspective, let's say, because I think they're working on the next Cyberpunk, right? So, or they've decided, I think CD Projekt Red said they're going to do another Cyberpunk. So let's say V doesn't return, there's a new actor taking on the playable role. What would your advice be to them?
With an opportunity like this, with a game of this size, with such a cinematic story and such great characters to play opposite of, while they don't see my face and it's just my voice, I've never gone through a session playing the scene that they aren't. So I'm trying to be in the scene, acting as much as I can. Obviously, I can't move around. I can't move from the microphone. But I feel like I'm living the game. I feel like I'm going through these experiences. And I think when a lot of actors say, especially if they've come from a theater background or a film background, and they go, oh, I'm just going to do voiceover, and I'm going to show up in my pajamas, and I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to chill, and I'm just going to say the lines. I feel like you can hear that the performance feels a little less alive, because you can feel that they just like rolled out of bed, sat in a chair, and said the lines. And that's not true for everybody, but I've heard some people say that, and I'm always like, oh man, I guess I'm not that great of an actor. Like, I have to be in it and alert and feeling like I'm in the scene rather than sitting back, because when you're sitting back, it feels more like you're an observer of the situation rather than being in it. And even though they can't see you, I think it's important to have the energy that you're going into these situations, that you're interacting with these people, that if I were to step into the wardrobe and onto the set, that I would deliver the same performance if you could see my face, as opposed to if you're in the booth. People have joked with me and said, when I am playing a character on camera or just in voiceover, I start like dressing similar to the character. When I play characters like V or A2 from Nier, I wear a lot of black as the sessions go on. Like my wardrobe is just all black all the time.
Is that subconsciously or what?
I don't know. I although I did tell my husband the other day, I guess it must be subconscious. I had dressed my daughter, and then I went and got dressed, and the color that I had picked out for her, I accidentally picked out the color for myself just because I had been like mentally prepped for that color. So I don't know if it's just like spending so much time with these characters, you kind of like start to dress like them. It's like, I guess, you know, like when you're dating someone, or like with me, you have a new daughter, and you like start dressing like that person, or you're around them so much, you're picking up parts of their personality. And I also think it's just because like that's for 4 to 8 hours a day, that's the world I'm living in. So that's what I want to wear the next day, because that's what my life has looked like. So I think it is subconscious, but it is a funny thing that has happened, at least for me, that I start kind of like integrating little bits of their, I guess, their personality or their character into me and what I'm wearing while I'm working on it, which is a weird thing.
Would you say the biggest thing between you two is the heart? Like the connection? Is that how you found the connection? The heart and the fight?
Yeah, that was one of the things that from the audition with the, we had a scene with Victor, and that I loved so much. I could feel her heart. I could feel in the stakes being so high about where her health was going to be, what her life was going to look like, or his life was going to look like. I think that's the through line for both Gavin and I, is the love and the I guess the fight for their life, the passion for their life, or for the people around them, and the fight to protect the people around them. And I think that's what makes people connect with V. I have a lot of friends that say like, oh, I'm a loner, I don't need anybody, I'm not. But for the people that they love, they fight for them, and that they can see that in V. Like, V's very tough, V has been through a lot, but you get down to that heart and you strip it all back, and it's so vulnerable and it's so raw, and you just can't help but love the character. And I think people that play that also see that in themselves. We all have our guard up for certain aspects of our lives, but for the people that we love or the things that we love, there's nothing that we wouldn't do, and that's what people connect with the character. It's certainly what I connected with the story and the character.
Is there a definitive ending for you now? With,
No. That's one of the reasons why people have asked if I've finished the main game playthrough, and I can't finish it because I can't pick an ending. So as I'm going through the game, I'm like, oh, if I make this choice, then I can't. People are like, just play it over again. I'm like, but your first playthrough, especially where I know where it's going, I will never get my first playthrough finished all over again. So I'm like, I don't know which ending I'm going to pick. I don't know which ending I'm going to do. So that's so hard. Do you have a definitive
Well, the ending with Johnny is so depressing. I nearly cried. Where he, where that's it for him. I mean, geez, that was well done.
I loved, that was one of my favorite things to get to work on during the main game. And of course you can't talk about it because it's one of the endings, but like, it was such a great actor's challenge, and also so rewarding to have Keanu's performance, Gavin's performance, and they have to match like perfectly. They had to match timing wise, almost exactly the same, but also finding a way to kind of harmonize with both of them. And not lose my version of V, but also honor and keep the timing, and it really was like finding a harmony with the three of them. And when it clicked and it worked, we were like, oh, that sounds so cool. And you're never going to get an experience like that as an actor working on that, trying to find timing but not losing your integrity of performance. It was such a great experience and such a cool exercise.
Solomon Reed or Songbird? Who are you taking?
No!
Who are you siding with at the end, Jeremy?
Oh, no. Oh, you can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. Although, you know, if I if I picked either one that I picked, maybe Minji would show up or Idris would show up at my house and be like, hands on hips, why didn't you pick me? And that would be the way that I would get to meet both of them. So maybe I just say, like, whoever I get to meet first, that's the person I'll align with. I don't know. God, that's so hard. There were days that I recorded where I would say, like, oh, I'm definitely with Reed. And then there were other days I'm like, nope, I'm with Somi. And I think most of the time I aligned with Somi. But yeah, I hate to make choices. I really do. It's so hard. And with their performances, they're so convincing either way. Who did you pick?
I had to go with Songbird. I had to go with, in the end. I love Idris. I thought,
oh my God!
At the
how
start,
can you not?
I'm going with this guy 100%. And then
really,
yeah. And then she won me over as it went on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't bring myself.
I think that's ultimately what I would do, and that's why it just destroyed me so much while we were recording, because I love Songbird and I love what Minji did. So yeah, I think that's what I would have to do. Although I get pretty, it ripped me apart the times that I couldn't choose Songbird. So.
Well, yeah, you've played out every scenario. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm emotionally destroyed either way. So.
How would Jeremy go in Night City, do you think?
Oh, like how would I fare in Night City?
Yeah.
Not well at all. I started playing through the game when it first came out, and my husband was like, we're not going to get through this game very quickly at all if you keep playing the game this way. I wanted to, like, check with every homeless person, and if they needed money, see what I had to give them, and, like, you know, just interact with all of the NPCs. And he was like, that guy is going to kill you. I was like, he wouldn't do that. He was like, I think he might. So I would not do well at all. But it would be a fun, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a good spinoff, is, like, you know, a very different kind of character in Night City who's, like, very, very much Pollyanna in Night City. That's probably what I would do. It would be a fun experience.
Have you seen Edge Runners, by the way?
I have not finished it, but I've seen probably the first 5 episodes, and then I was getting really busy recording and filming. I was filming a TV show at the same time as I was getting to that point, and I was like, man, I'm going to have to watch these 3 episodes, like, back to back to back, so I need to make sure that I have enough time. So I have stopped at 5, waiting to binge watch the next 3. I could do that today, actually, during Baby's nap.
And then I'll leave you with this, Jeremy. Thanks again for giving up some time. I really appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, thanks for having me. It's such a pleasure.
Is there anything you want to say to the fans? And also, if this was it for V, for your portrayal as V, would you be satisfied?
Man, if this were it for V, I would be so sad to see her go, because I love the character, I love the team, I love the game so much. So it would be so hard to say goodbye. But during the main game, I sort of, when we knew we were getting to the end, I was, like, savoring every last moment. And I was like, I feel very satisfied with this character. I feel very satisfied with the story. And if I have to let her go, she's fought hard. She's shown how much she cares about people. And I think she's made an impact. And that's one of my favorite lines from the game, is I just want people to know that I was here, that I matter.
Oh, that was a very profound line.
It's one of my favorite lines in the game. And I remember when I said it, I was like, this is the line for me for V. And I mean, what I would say to the fans is along the same lines. That was what V wanted. V wanted to create a legacy and wanted people to remember V in this world, and wanted to be a legend. And I think that if this is the end, that we've definitely done that for this character, and we can, you know, let her walk off into the horizon, whatever that looks like. But the way that I feel at peace is because of what the fans have given to me. The way that I know that she has made an impact, that she was here, that she mattered, is because I have gotten to interact with all these fans that have told me about how this game was there for them when they were dealing with whatever they were dealing with in their life, and then they tell me about how this game helped them or how they connected with this character, and I'm like, this is how I know this character matters, because I've met this person and their experience matters, and they shared it with me, and we had this amazing connection. So this character has allowed me to connect with people that I never would have thought that I would know or share experiences with, and so I'm so grateful to the fans for playing this game, and not just playing the game, but really putting their whole heart and soul into it while they experience this, and allowing it to affect them, and then for them to be affected by it, and then to be like brave and empathetic enough to come share that with me, and be vulnerable enough to share that with me, is such a gift. So the only thing that I can say to the fans and to CD Projekt Red and to the rest of the team is just thank you. And that would be what I would say to V as well. Thank you for letting me go on this journey with you, and for sharing this with me.
I kind of just got goosebumps there when you were talking. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Really appreciate it. I want to say on behalf of all the fans, we absolutely loved the performance, and you did a phenomenal job, and we really appreciate all your work.
Oh, thank you so much.
Make sure to follow Jeremy everywhere, guys. Do you have anything else you want to plug? I'm losing my voice, sorry.
Oh, no worries. I have some stuff coming out, but I'm not allowed to talk about it yet. So as soon as I am able to share, I will post it on social media, on Twitter at Jeremy Lee, or X at Jeremy Lee, whatever it is that we know of it as. Instagram at CLKstar, and I'm rarely on TikTok, but I think it's Jeremy_Lee on TikTok as well.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for taking some time
Thank
before
you.
doing it again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure.
Jeremy, I like you. Jeremy Lee. You know what, guys? Super details won't work on dreams. Why? Because see what else do I have to play? Jeremy Lay? Jeremy Lay. What a beautiful angel.
We're not done talking about CD Projekt Red's next dive into the story between V and Johnny just yet. In fact, we're here with the voice and stylings of Johnny Silverhand, Keanu Reeves himself. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Likewise. Well, Phantom Liberty introduces us to an entirely new location in Night City. It's called Dogtown. It's this devastated place. It's controlled by a militia. But I think you know more about it than I do, so how would you describe it to players?
Night City has its own kind of levels to it, and I think Dogtown is kind of going down to a darker place. It's dystopian. It has a tension to it, and this undercurrent of kind of violence, like in struggle. Can I swear?
Yeah.
Shit's gone down in Dogtown.
Oh, I like that tagline.
Yeah, and it's just, hopefully it'll be fun for people to play there.
It's hard to believe that there's an underbelly to the underbelly that is Night City, right? Yeah, I'm a little scared. But in a good way.
No, it's a good way. We're all kind of we're all moths to the flame, aren't we? And there's a lot of flame in Dogtown.
Well, if anyone can take it on, it's V, so that certainly gives me the confidence.
Yeah, V's a survivor.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
You know?
And we just saw a tour of Dogtown, too, so we got a little bit of that
cool.
ambiance, and we can see what the environment is like. People are getting beat up. It's not good.
It's
not the friendliest place to be. You gotta be prepared for it, truly.
Yeah.
But in our tour, we also hear a recording from a Colonel Kurt Hansen. Who's this guy? Because he seems pretty dangerous, too.
Yeah, that guy. No, I'm sorry, I can't say that. My inner Johnny came out.
I think that's good. We know the tone now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's ex-military, military too, ruthless, power hungry, manipulative, and Johnny doesn't like him.
I could see that. Night City in general is the kind of place that breeds that kind of character.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back. Let's talk about Johnny as a person instead of this horrible person known as Colonel Kurt Hansen. I don't know about this guy, but people like Johnny, and I think it's interesting because we know him to be opinionated. He's radical. We've seen that in Cyberpunk2077 in the main campaign, but as we get to know him, he's got a sensitive side too. He can actually be quite caring.
Oh, that's what makes it so much fun. He is outspoken. He is a little grumpy. And he has a right to be. He's been used, he's been abused, he's been abandoned. And I think that through that kind of hardness of his outside, there is a vulnerability to him. And I think what's great about it is I get to play that character in so many different ways, and so the range of it is cool.
And especially for the player, you get to see these moments in flashbacks. You start to understand he's a product of his upbringing, truly, of his surrounding.
Well, let's not get carried away. I mean, we could start talking about nature and nurture. I'm sorry, I keep dropping into Johnny. But, yeah, I like his anger. I like his passion. I like what he stands for. He's really just looking for a fair shot, and I love that he's kind of going through music, that there's an artist side to him, and, I got some great speeches.
There's all these moments with Johnny where a tiny little thing, elicits this really fun response. You can flip him off and he double birds you back. I love those kind of moments.
Or rock.
I think another interesting lens of looking at him as we get into Phantom Liberty is his dynamic with Solomon Reed. So what can you tell me about Johnny's relationship with Idris Elba's character?
I think Solomon has some things in common with Johnny in the sense of the military, the sense of being used, abused. It's in the title, right? They're fighting for a liberty. Solomon's kind of trying to reclaim his life, and Johnny's doing the same thing. It's Cyberpunk2077, so it might start off as revenge, and it might end as revenge, but I think sometimes he feels like he's lashing out at the wind, and I think Solomon has been living out in the kind of the desert of his life, right? Kind of hiding and harboring.
Yeah.
But I think he also has that kind of soft and hard side to him as well.
So as somebody who's very familiar with thrillers, because you've starred in a few, what do you think about Phantom Liberty makes for a good spy thriller in particular?
The quest to understand what's going on. So, and the kind of scavenger hunt of information, the mystery, the double crossing, what is true, what's fiction, what can you count on, you can't count on anything. That is really kind of amplified.
Well, thank you so much for coming out to another Xbox presentation. You've got a lot of fans out there in the Xbox community, so I think I can speak for all of us in saying we really appreciate you showing up here today.
Oh, well, thank you.
But before
It's an
I close
honor to
things
be
out,
here. Yeah.
well, before I close things out, I'd love your help here, Keanu. How do you think Johnny would end this interview right now?
Well, there's a lot of ways you could do that. But, Tina, pleasure to meet you.
Oh, is that how Johnny would do it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
Nice to see you.
Such a pleasure to have you. I thought you were ready to kick down the camera or something, so.
No, you see, he's respectful. You're a good egg.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Yeah.
and I'll see you out there again soon.
Okay, let's see what else we have here. Shermai Lee. Kind of watch everything about her. Keanu Reeves is just amazing.
I think I can speak for all of us in saying we really appreciate you showing up here today.
Oh, well, thank you.
But before I close things out, well, before I close things out, I'd love your help here, Keanu. How do you think Johnny would end this interview right now?
Well, there's a lot of ways you could do that. But, Tina, pleasure to meet you.
Oh, is that how Johnny would do it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
Nice to see you.
Such a pleasure to have you here. I thought you were going to kick down the camera or something, so.
No, you see, he's respectful, you know, You're a good egg.
Oh, thank you. You too. And I'll see you out there again soon. You too. And I'll see you out there again soon.
Like to watch more of what Keanu was Cyberpunk. Keanu's Cyberpunk. See that. Where did I put that? Where is it? What happened? Where is it? Come on.
Cyberpunk2077, Johnny Silverhand. I've had the opportunity to do voiceover a few times. I've worked on a cartoon. I have done some documentaries. I've never done this much. You know you don't gotta speak out loud to talk to me. And I've processed some shit. Changed my mind. Don't want you dead anymore. You know, and got to play a character in so many kind of different ways because of different paths or threads or choices. So you almost get to play one moment, say you have a decision, would you take a bullet for it, with 3 different behavioral attitudes. So that was fun. You know, Johnny's either a dick, or he's happy, or he's trying to convince. Know why? Because you've always been a fucking pussy, Carrie. So it's been fun, and that was kind of what I was interested in. You know, the different options that the game could play. You know, playing the same person, but with different versions of it. Motion capture, baby. Johnny Silverhand. So one of the first elements that I was involved in with the game was motion capture. I've done a fair bit of motion capture. I did it with in the Matrix films. So to start doing motion capture for Johnny, it was all very familiar to me. The only difference, I think, technologically was how close they were going to real-time review. But creatively, it was very familiar in the sense of starting a library of gesture and the toolbox, let's say, for the animators to work with for the character. So you get to see Johnny as the rock star. You know, you hear about his military past, you know, and he's fighting for his survival. So he's kind of got all of these things leading into the moment of this guy. It's really a kind of an interpretation, because I think there's a Johnny Silverhand in all of us. He's got a lot of energy. He's got a good sense of humor, if not a little dark at times. He's very passive and cares. You know, he's kind of naive, but he's also super experienced in life. He's got certainly an appetite for life.
No, you're wrong.
He wants to change the world, you know? But he has a cause that he wants to fight against, the corpocracy.
Come on. Don't tell me you're not interested.
He's kind of looking for a different kind of freedom.
Corps have long controlled our lives, taken lots. And now they're after our souls.
At least I believed in something bigger.
At least I had cause.
What CD Projekt Red has shared with me in the way that they talk about the game and what I've seen is that it's got a lot of freedom. There's so many different paths that you can play the game on. But it's not just quests of paths. It's like, who are you? How do you want to play the character?
If I gotta kill, I'll kill. If I need your body, I'll fucking take it.
You can go into action, you can go into mystery, you can problem solve in different ways. And where you go in this world, there's so much detail, there's so many different things that you can go off into that are really interesting and fun. There's a real drama to the game and emotional stakes to it. And then there's lighter sides to it. And of course the music, production design, technologically, how cutting edge it is. I don't think there'll be a game that looks like this. Yeah, it's intense.
I take the driver, you get inside. What's next? City and
Bye-bye.
rebel, a guy who, you know, was in the military, ex-military, who started a rock band called Samurai. Protest music. It sounded like fun. CD Projekt Red in July of last year, 2018, here in Los Angeles, and they showed me a short demo and introduced me to the idea of playing the character Johnny Silverhand. And so they walked me through the concept of the game and some of the elements and the biography of the character, and it sounded great to me, you know. I'm not a Johnny Silverhand lore expert. At the original time, I read a little bit, but for them, they weren't. They were like, be here now. Like, this is what we're doing. So maybe I need to brush up on that, but I don't know how much I'm at liberty to say. I think it's okay to say that there was a moment of maybe death. But I'm still around. That's what I'm talking about! Alright, in and out! They're letting me collaborate a little bit with just the tone and how would your version of Johnny say it, you know? And move. So going through the whole mocap was really great to be able to give a physical embodiment to the character, you know, and really personalize it. So that it was part of the attraction for me was that I was actually not only just my face, but, you know, like, they were asking me to perform a role, and a cool one, so. And I really love the format of the game and some of the questions it asks, and what's revealed and what it demands of the player. There's some interesting choices that have to get made. For me, the technology of motion capture has got a little quicker. It's a little, you know, sometimes it's a little, like when I first did face capture, I think it was like an array of cameras, and it was like a blacked out, like in a tent, and it was like, you know, it was a huge deal that there were 5 terabytes. They had 5 terabytes available to do this capture, and it was like almost like it felt like some like black ops thing. Like, okay, this is super secret hardware doing super secret tech stuff, and it probably was. Right? We don't really know how long CG manipulation. Anyway, what was the point? I got off track.
Every corporal cop in this city is gonna be blasting down these doors after what you and your psycho friend did.
I've got a couple of people that I've worked with who have done voices in games, and I hadn't done that yet. For me, I was attracted to the storytelling, like different versions, you know. It's kind of like not just choose your own end, but choose your own path in a weird way. I thought that was cool. Because there's so many multiple player games, and you can play all over the world. This one's kind of like your own private, almost cinematic experience. Even reading, it's almost like literature, like, right? Like you're participating in this open world, but it's your story, your choices. My character, Johnny, interacts with the role player, whoever's playing. The character's name is B in the game. And so there's I interact with whoever's playing that, and I'm part of their journey. But they're also a part of mine. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
بله بگی بخواب کولر رو بزن بگی بخواب نخوابیدی دیشب داره مغزت میخوره که واسه میفرستم What else should I watch? Okay, let's see. We have more Keanu.
Johnny Silverhand is coming back, and so am I. Get ready for Phantom Liberty, the upcoming expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. It's awesome to be back playing the role of Johnny, and I hope you're excited to see him rock it out once more in the dark future. Keep an eye out for more info, and I'll see you again in Night City. Hey everyone.
Nice.
Okay, let's start then. Okay, let's start then. I don't want no beef, okay? Okay, Loki, 76. Elba and Reeves equals Overlord of Breathtaking. Keanu Reeves is a legend, iconic legend, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, Keanu was a big part of the first game, so he's like, what? He's like, yeah. Before says, Keanu Reeves plus Idris Elba, take my money. Sold. Core find of 100. Idris Elba has such a lovely voice. And unique. Awesome to have him in the expansion. That's very nice. You know, some people saying about my voice. Banoffee cake. I like banoffee cake. So whatever banoffee cake says, I'm gonna like. No clue who this guy is, but I'm sure he would do fine. Well, Banoffee, I'm just an actor. I'm in the new expansion for Phantom Liberty. My name's Idris. I hope you enjoy it. Much love. Johanna Alexander 2850. Let Idris Elba make his own soundtrack. Big idea. I love that. Actually, I did make a few songs for the soundtrack and the radio station, so check them out when you get into it. Clayton Prouty, Idris better have some house tracks on the radio. It's funny you should say that. I've got you, Clayton. Don't you worry about a thing. Lucky 7 8535. Can someone explain the story of this DLC to me, please? When would it take place? Just to be clear, it's not DLC. It's an expansion. You know why? Because we do expansions. Big, massive monster. We don't do DLCs. And when we do, we give them away. Vivek 6135. If Idris isn't a romance option, no, I'm not a romance option. Rob Grizzly, the board meeting. CDPR exec says, Keanu Reeves is the face of our game. How do we top that? Employee says, get someone equally as cool and beloved. CDPR exec says, but who could that possibly be? The entire room says, bit of role play for you there, Rob Grizzly. Is that how it went? Yes. Really? 100%. Okay, thank you. Of course you're going to say that. He gone missing. Yeah, I'm dyslexic, so I was going to read that as "He gone missing." Idris Elba, our saviour. Thank you for that. But listen, man, this game is a monster. Even if I wasn't in it, you'd be really happy. So thank you for that. Parish Hunt, that's 218. Anyone else know that this is not Idris Elba's first video game role? He was in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, most notably. A lot of people think I'm in, what's that game called?
Oh, PUBG,
yeah.
maybe?
They think I'm in that, but no, he stole my image. Whoa, controversial. I don't want no beef, okay? Can't say this one, but I'm going to try. Pastor Memehia. Pastor Memehia? Hope that's right. Can you zoom in on that? It's just there.
It might be paste your name here, maybe. With some letters missing.
I'm sweating in embarrassment. Hell yeah, Idris Elba, right here. Yes, thank you very much. Paste your name here. Mark Kraft says, Idris Elba and Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk, awesome, just awesome. How can you say no to that? I like Mark. Mark's an honest guy, knows what he's talking about. We should sign him up. We should sign him up to the company. Okay, and this is the last one, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a good one. You ready? At 3, 2, 1, myself. My favorite meal is a Big Mac, and this looks absolutely stunning. Thank you for sharing that. Well, I'm glad you think it's a big meal, because this is bigger than a big meal.
And if you like that video, why not check out Chris Pratt and James Gunn reacting to your IGN comments, and we've also got Nicholas Hoult and Nicolas Cage doing it too.
How is the channel is doing? Am I still live? Apparently I am not. Am I? So why you're not showing it, friend? Cool. Okay.
Hi, I'm Idris Elba, and I play Secret Agent Solomon Reed in Phantom Liberty, the upcoming expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. So, in this shot, I think Reed is thinking about all the things he's done as an agent, as someone that has dedicated his life, and now he's about to walk away. And it's symbolized in this huge leap that he's about to make. It's also a leap into his freedom. So what I love about Cyberpunk, you know, is the technology. The tech is mad. Solomon's right here. He's done. He's on the train. He's about to chill. He's leaving. And also he has the one person that he trusts to help him make that escape. He's not thinking that anyone could have infiltrated him. No one even saw him get on the train. He jumped from the sky. So he's feeling really good. For anyone who's really looking at this frame, there's a big Easter egg. Look for it. It's there. It's in the frame. But it's a big Easter egg. Let's watch it.
What about you? Get your ticket out yet?
So, mate.
I hear the government's sealing a deal.
I remember shooting this. You sit in these little like pajamas, basically, with all this stuff all over you, and you got a big sort of camera thing rig on your face. You've got to really get into the imagination of your character. And I remember shooting this, and it's incredible, man. And look at the detailing on the animation. Obviously, I was there, so I'm acting, but to see it come to life like this is bonkers.
Taco's standing back home. First thing I'm gonna do when I get off this train is head right there. I swear those quesadillas come to me in my dreams.
It sure sounds tasty.
The Reed-Somi relationship's a really big thing to unpack. It's really good. I can tell you that, you know, Solomon Reed and Somi have a special bond. More or less, Somi is his protege. He trained her to some degree. He's one that looked out for her. And all I can say is that he trusts her. This is the moment. That's the beginning of the section where it starts to literally crumble for their friendship. Super tense moment there. And this is for Somi, this moment of, you know, do I, don't I? Do I betray a friend, someone that's like a father? She's under an incredible pressure that we don't realize. It's either her or him.
Yeah, betrayal.
And that's why I love this moment when he touches the door and he's like, Somi? He knows immediately he's been made. He's dead. There is a moment of remorse and a moment of sort of regret, I guess, feeling a bit betrayed from Somi, but that's not what he's thinking about right now. What he's thinking about is like, okay, I'm going to try and up my odds here and get out.
7 years later.
This is the moment that you actually realize that Somi is just a different person. You know what I mean? Like, she's a lot more harsh looking, colder in the eyes.
So me, you want a pill? So me.
Excuse me, Madam President.
Now she works for the president.
It's going to be a long flight.
No.
The plane just got shut down.
I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you.
That is a good trailer. Darktown. Burn it to the ground is what we'll do. It's a simple choice. Them or us. Peace comes at a price.
Someone's always got to pay.
The glow this is giving me. What the hell is this? So what can I do to ignore this glow here? So, for example, if we just no, there is something wrong with this. Something in the middle of the camera. Doesn't matter how small it is. Right, for now I just remove it. I like to make her face shine more. call it done, and I'm going to create a maybe video to share my progress. Yeah. It's not looking like
the new Cyber.
Judy. Don't know. I have to think about it, but in general, you know, maybe I can make the book to shine more. Right? Yeah, that's. It's a. Yeah, that's. Yeah. I need to work on the Judy's body, and I think she's almost ready. Need to work on the dress a little more and everything. Then I have to make Johnny version. I would like to make his alternative look, and I have to create my own version of V that I have created. Then I have to create a city and the whole thing. Oh man, this thing is going to at least take a week. You're just starting it. But yeah, that's cool. Alright, I'm going to pause the stream. I need to also save it first. Let's just save it. Judy's vibes in Cyberpunk 2077. Nice, nice. Do I have to add a light to? I feel that I need to add a light. Where are you? Oh, we usually don't have a light by default. Okay, where is it? It's been a while, I didn't come here. sun and the sky, yes. Cool. I just want to make the shadows more detailed. Shadows with detail. Yeah. Nice. That's all for now. I'm not looking for going crazy. Just want to say what will happen if I do that. Come on, where are you going? Yeah, I like the shadow, is very good. I wish the hairs flakes could also cast shadows, but this one it doesn't. That's kind of sad. But in general, it's very cool. Can I play? I didn't try to play the game. How does it feel to play as Judy, by the way? Isn't a dream amazing? I mean, how many times need to fix the movement of her hair. Definitely needs some fixing. Let's see. Attach buttons. A little wings. Okay. Wind direction local. Lockness frequency as low as possible. Okay. Now I need to see. Let's see what will happen if I play. It really since I'm not going to move her. Doesn't matter that much. Alright. Since she's going to just sit down, I think that's just kind of fine, you know? Nice. I'm happy with the settings here. Yeah. Alright, that's it for me for today. I'm going to save it for now. I think she looks okay-ish. Alright, allow me to stop the stream. Thanks for tuning for now. Bye bye.